And welcome everybody to Deadpool Productions on this lovely Saturday. My name is Het and I'm joined here by Sasu in your pants, and we are about to witness one of the legendary Splatoon 3 tournaments. This is another edition of In the Zone. Sasu, thank you so much for joining me tonight here on Deadpool Production. How are you doing today?
I am doing a fantastic, hat. I'm super excited to be on the mic with you, and also casting for what I think is maybe one of the first in the zones to be casted. I'm not sure. I feel like you don't usually get to watch In the Zone from a caster's standpoint, so this is super exciting.
Yes, for me the first time to be in the Zone too. I did a lot of other stuff in a major tournament scene, but In the Zone, I think it's for me the first time as well. One of the few tournaments I actually haven't played myself. I've been a lot of stuff before back when I used to play, but In the Zone, for some reason, I always skipped it or the timing was bad, so I'm super happy to still be part of it in another way than playing. But it's for me a first time too, and I'm very excited to be on the mic here tonight. We have a lovely bracket coming up. If you grab the team for that, we have 35 teams inside of today's tournament. It is in this, I believe, double elimination tournament. Yes, it is a double elimination tournament. Splat zones only, of course, because that's what In the Zone is all about. I think it started from Splatoon 1, where we were complaining that other game modes existed, so we just started to playing Splat zones just like how Japan used to do it. I think that's sort of how it came together. And it's still going strong occasionally. So we're going to start it off right here on Robo Ramen with Sleepy Will. Throw your hands in ITZ against Tailwind.
Absolutely. Super excited to get into this. Like you said, we are starting off with Robo Ramen zones. You may be confused about that Shifty Station. No, we will not be doing zones on Shifty Station, even though that'd be kind of funny. They just switched to Splatoon 2 mid-game. That will be Urchin that we'll be doing. And honestly, that is really exciting, seeing as though Urchin, it's been a little bit of a while, but I think a few teams are still getting used to it. So we do see some interesting comps coming out of that game.
I think Urchin is one of the best maps to ever come back in Splatoon 3. I love it from all my Splatoonable memories. I'm glad that map is finally back. We're gonna start it off right here. We see some interesting weapons already coming up with the Carver, the Deco, which is not extremely common on this map, but also a regular mini Splatling. That's something that's very off coming here from Pika. We see right away that it is Sleepy Will. Throw your hands on ITZ, who's doing a lot of turf on that zone. They're pushing ahead as well. The zone is in their control, but for how long? With 3 players down in this opening fight, there's only Ellie alive, being chased by the Tetradoors from Cairo. I don't think that fight gonna last long, and with a wipe out to open this game, it is Sleepy taking a very strong opening in this first round.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only were they able to get that wipeout, but of course, you see those members of Sleepy Will throw hands in the zone, moving up to that elbow, which is an all-important section for you to lock down because it can be so difficult. But you see Ali, of course, with this Reef Slider on the Tetras, and I think ultimately it is going to be the win condition to make sure that Ali is down. Of course, we do have those Tetras on both sides, and then you see it right there, the wrath of the Reef Slider with Cairo getting that spot before going down themselves.
We saw all the Reef Sliders last week on this map as well in Paddling Pool, and you can say like that, the Reef Sliders is definitely gonna make a lot of haste here. They are important to throw the zone, important to utilize. 3 players down on the side of Tailwind, still in control of the zone, not getting a lead. Unfortunately, they're about 7 ticks off, but still a very good attempt, and they still put a big penalty onto Sleepy, so they have some time to recover, regroup, and start pushing the zone again before the penalty runs out. However, they also have a 36 penalty on themselves. Reef Slider at the ready from Ali. He's looking at an opportunity to use it. Tacticooler out on the field as well from the pencil. Everybody charging up their specials and getting ready. But there goes the Stamper. That's huge. That's not a weapon you want to lose at this moment of the fight. 2 players went down. They both still have their specials because of the Tacticooler. But still, and there goes the Decaf again. That is unfortunate because that's a weapon that they really needed in the fight here. Sleepy in Tailwind, because Sleepy is doing a lot of points in that zone.
Yeah, they got a lot of points out of that push, but of course I believe Ali did go down, but was maybe cooler. So just back with that Reslider, is able to cap over that. And even though it's being contested right now, Tailwind winning out in the end, I think we are just heading up on the halfway point through this match. And I think Sleepy will throw hands at ITZ in a really good position. You see Pika trying to sort of take that space on the bottom left, and ultimately in a bit of this fight does get Ali down. Absolute critical pick, but I think just Tailwind is having a really difficult time of managing Sleepy will throw hands in ITZ. Like, you see them just trying to go here. Gabe, the last time we saw Gabe on that elbow, they went down as well, but Shiny just very watchfully making sure that nothing really gets past them. They're doing a really great job, and just like that, Sleepy will throw hands in ITZ through their penalty points, so we're going to see if they're able to keep this, or if once again there will be a Reslider that turns the tides.
But that Craptech might have something to say about the 2 players down on the side of Sleepy. Tailwind going in, captures that zone. Beautiful, beautiful plays. A very well-timed flank, I believe, from Ally went out. It was successful. Big splat with that Reslider. Unfortunately, got refragged by Shiny, and 3 players down on the side of Tailwind, and make that a wipeout to the Sharks. They go, and that zone is again gone without a single point scored for Tailwind. They have to make sure they get some more points in that board, because the penalty points from Sleepy are slowly but surely ticking away, and they don't have much time left because the second the penalty points are over, 12 ticks are remaining for a KO, and that's not what Tailwind is looking for. They're going in deep, 2 players down. It's the Cornroller, the Mini, and the Tetra dualism with that. A zone capture should be easy. Shiny doing everything they can to stop that zone capture, but the thing with Mirage, Ally, and Ileana on that zone, there's not much you can do. About a minute left on the clock here, Sasu, as we are looking how Tailwind tries to defend this.
Absolutely, Hat, but we've been seeing that Tailwind is just struggling so much with their holds. It feels like as soon as they get their hands on that zone, they immediately lose it. As you see right now, it's in neutral, but Sleepy will throw hands and ITZ able to get their hands on that. We are coming up on the 30-second mark, so they're going to have to go here and go here fast. And one thing is, I've been talking about Ali this entire time with those Tetras, but like I mentioned before, both of these teams have the Tetras, so right now it's Tailwind that is going to have to make sure that those Tetras stay down. Finally, Ali going to get a super critical pick there on Shiny, because of course that is the pencil, and right now they are currently in hold. Cairo getting that pick, getting a double, actually 3 members going down on Tailwind, and I think with that wipeout, that is just going to be game for Sleepy will throw hands and ITZ, giving them the first game of the set.
I mean, at least it's true to their name. They're definitely throwing hands. And Tailwind might not have the entire Tailwind behind them that they were looking for. I think they're using the Tailwind a little bit too much by pushing in a little bit too much on their own. But indeed, Sleepy with a very, very strong Game 1 victory, showing absolute dominance when holding that zone. And they definitely have some more. They definitely have some work cut out for them, Tailwind, because look at how well Sleepy was regrouping. A lot of times, I think Tailwind did have beautiful zone captures, but Sleepy was way better in going back, waiting a little bit, and then when they ever had the chance, go back in and start another push all together, all with the specials ready, and all ready to shred whoever of Tailwind was ready. And I think Tailwind also, I love their playstyle, but I flanked a little bit too much with those dualies, and then often got themselves killed in positions where I don't think they really wanted to get splatted. Reef sliders a lot of the time were used a little bit too early, or in places where it was just so obvious that a reef slider would be used that players were prepared for it. So definitely I think Tailwind should also slow down their playstyle a tiny bit in order to just maintain players on the field, because I think with that they can definitely have a good shot at playing against Sleepy.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to fix those problems heading into Urchin, because I think you're right. There was a bit of a feeding issue perhaps there for Tailwind. I think Gabe we saw go down several times trying to take space with the bubble, and of course Ali going down as well. I think that Sleepy will throw hands in the zone just did a really good job of coordinating as a team, and you saw they had multiple wipes in that game. So clearly they were able to just like win their 1v1s, do their 2v1s when they had the opportunity, and just generally felt like Tailwind was just kind of all over the place and they weren't fighting together. So maybe Urchin is a little bit more cramped. I feel like you have to have proper teamwork. Otherwise, it's so easy for the other team to just flank you, come out of nowhere, pick you off one by one if you're not necessarily playing together. So we'll see how they do going into this next game. You think we'll see any changes in comp third hat?
I might want to say that the mini might be swapped out. I don't think, like you said, the map is a little bit more cramped. The mini is not that great in my personal experience on Urchin Underpass. It's not because, except the mini obviously works on. I used to play a lot of mini. Yeah, I love playing a mini. It's great. It's great.
What do you think about the Zuka mini on?
Zuka, oh, I don't want to talk about that. Nah, give me nightmares. Just give me that funny hammer, and then we'll have a great time. No, I think even though the mini is supposed to be great at areas like Urchin Underpass where it's super cramped, the one problem is there are so many flank spots on the Urchin Underpass that if you set up your Zimi or your mini or whatever splatting you might have, there's always something gonna be that's flanking you. But no! No, I was wrong. Instead of getting one mini or one splatling, we got two. We're switching it up to the heavy splatling remix, or sorry, heavy splatling edit, as well as the mini splatling. So Pika and Shiny both proving me wrong, saying splatlings are working on this map, and I'm very curious how that's going to work out.
No, me as well. As someone who plays heavy edit, I don't quite like it here. This is a very cramped place, and I feel like it can just be so difficult to really land your shots, especially with how many hills and valleys there are here. But once again, like you said, proving me wrong. 2 members down on Tailwind, while Sleepy, Will Throw Hands, and ITC fully has control over this zone. You see a member going down, but Shiny gets a clean double there. They are just absolutely on a tirade, and it looks like Tailwind is just in a position where I don't know if they can really answer to this.
I thought that splatling was a backliner, but I guess I'm wrong now. They're playing it like it is the frontliner it always dreamed of being. Namaka using their Zuka, but unfortunately not connecting to anyone else, but slowing them down is, I think, a bigger priority. Hammer against the crab take, but throws it against the pillow. Huge misplay from Pika, getting splattered in the process too, as Tailwind captures that zone. What could have been, unfortunately, didn't happen. Very good regroup from Tailwind. And now with a zone capture to boot, they are in a very good spot to defend it here. It's going to be such a snowballing map. We saw it at the beginning stages where Sleepy would just have such strong defenses, and there was nothing Tailwind could do about it. Gabe went in a little bit too deep and got splattered there by Pika and Namaka. And this might be problematic for Tailwind as they lost another player in ally with the Tetras. Now they have to defend with 2 players on the field. Barrage getting triple teams. Doesn't manage to get a splat, and I think with 3 players down, it's a very difficult challenge of keeping that zone in their control.
Once again, we're seeing Tailwind with a bit of an issue on their holds. It seems as though they get these really dominant wipes, are not wipes, but they get a lot of the members down and they kept the zone in their control. But when it comes to keeping it, maybe a little bit of overextension gonna get them in trouble. But you see, like I was talking about in the opening, it kind of, with all those flanks, you can just sort of be everywhere, always, all at once. And I think that works really well for Tailwind, which is going to take that zone back, see if they can get through their penalty points. Shiny, of course, has that cooler at the ready. So members of Sleepy Will Throw Hands and ITC able to sort of throw themselves at here. But you see, once again, Ali alone, and Tailwind just really struggling with working together as a team. You see that they're a little bit all over the place, and I think that's the reason why they lose the zone here.
They definitely have the player capacity to get stuff done. I mean, they have very good players like Ally, like Liliana. They've been players we've seen multiple times on double productions, but like you said, they are scrambling way too much, and every time that happens, Sleepy will throw hands, literally and figuratively, because they definitely know how to capture a zone when there's an opening. Mirage going in against Shiny, but gets splattered. Huge plays by Sleepy as you get 3 players down on the side of Tailwind again. It feels like they're scrambling so much, and every single time they get caught off in a 2v1 scenario, and it's not something you want on Urchin Underpass, especially when 1 player is down, 1 player is above you. Tailwind definitely has to speed up with some speed, but also have to pick up their team play and start really pushing together. Oyana using a crab tank. Pika tries to counter it with a hammer. Doesn't connect it, unfortunately. 2 players down on the side of Sleepy, but also 2 players down on the side of Tilwith. It's only Oyana alive. Can they capture it zone and stop the point from scoring? Yes, they can. Beautiful, beautiful zone cap with 2 against 1. Not focusing on the zone was a bit of a mistake from Sleepy because they were looking for Oyana but couldn't find him, unfortunately. But still is a long way ahead. Sasu, 18 points to score to beat for Tilwith.
Listen, Hat, in all fairness, I couldn't find Ali either. Ali, of course, spiking on that top right. You see a trade there. And right now, of course, we are in this critical situation where Tailwind is going to do what they've been struggling to do this entire set, which is just hold. Mirage, of course, getting a really good pick, but is going to go down because Shiny is there to clean up the mess. That is going to be 2, 3 down on Tailwind, and we only have 37 seconds left. That is a delayed wipe. So right now, of course, I think Sleepy will throw hands on ITZ. Sometimes, you know, they kind of get blitzkrieged, like a lot of the members come out of nowhere, but the time is ticking. We are down to 9, and that is a wipe. There's just physically not enough time to get back into mid, so that will be a second game and the last game in the set for Sleepy Will Throw Hands and ITZ, appropriately named Hat.
Well, yeah, they definitely threw hands in this set, and with a KO, another one. Actually, it's a second. No, it's a second KO. I think the first one was really close. I don't remember. It was like so. It was a couple points up, but with 2 strong victories, it is Sleepy Will Throw Hands advancing in this tournament, going to round number 3 as we started on winners bracket round number 2 for everybody who is watching. But it's not over for Sleepy or for Tailwind yet, because this is a double elimination tournament, so they have a losers bracket run where they can still fight it. And if you watched Battling Pool last Wednesday, we saw that Blanks got kicked down into the losers bracket in, I believe, round 2 or 3 as well, and made their way up to grand finals. So it's not done for Tailwind yet, and I think if they start playing a little bit more together, we can see them later down the road in this tournament. But it is Sleepy with a very strong team play and a lot of Splatlings taking the first 2 games. Very, very well done. This is how you play Splat Zones. A lot of paint on the map, but also a lot of kill potential in your team. And I think they executed the team play super, super well. I haven't seen that great of team play in some Platoon tournaments. Maybe if you look at teams like Blanks, for example, that's really up there for what we see using Dapple. But Sleepy Will Throw Hands definitely synergize each other super great.
Absolutely. As we said, we know that there are some really strong players on Tailwind, so definitely do not count them out. But I think we'll be heading into a little bit of a break, if I'm not mistaken. So for those of you tuned in, don't go too far. Maybe get a little bit of refreshments, because we will be right back. Hello and welcome back to In the Zone 45. I'm Sasu here with Hat, and we are going to be taking a look at Dollar Store Dread Comp versus 22nd Century.
That name really scares me. What even scares me more from Dollar Store Dread Comp are the players in this team. Tiara, Isabel, Omega, and J-Sword WK. Actually, some very, very big names within the Splatoon competitive community against Inamo, Bonk, Dragon, and Tini. I think another team that we can definitely not leave for granted, as we are going to start it off on a very, very beautiful map. One of the more later maps at Splatoon 3, and one that I surprisingly have not played a whole lot, even though it's been out for like a year, I think, even longer. We're going to start it off on Crab Leg Capital. The skies of Splatoon nicely set on a skyscraper. I think this map is gonna be great for players. They're playing Splatling, playing Pencil, and maybe also playing Blasters, because those grades are just one hell of a place to fight on. It's glad to be Splat Zones, because on Rainmaker this can be such a pain sometimes.
I don't know if you just saw something dawn on me on my face, but You know, you mentioned Chara, J, Omega, and I was gonna say don't sleep on Isabel, because Isabel obviously rounding out that comp on Dollar Store Dread comp, but I know Isabel to be a Tetra player. And I just realized if Isabel is going to be on Tetra, then Dollar Store Dread Comp may be running double Reef Slider. I guess we're going to see if that is the case heading into it. And funny enough, not on Tetras, but instead on those Dapples. But I think regardless, we are going to be seeing that double Reef. So 22nd Century really has their work cut out for them here.
Definitely, and I also like to see a Dread and Dapples being brought into the set. You don't really see Dapples too often, but Isabel, a godlike duty player, is going to show it off right there. You definitely don't want to sleep on them. They've been playing Dapples since they were young, and now that they've been aging in Splatoon competitive community, they have been strong like ever. Not a single team scores a whole lot of points. Dollar Store Dreadcom got that so now, and started pushing past the 80 marks as we see 22nd Century getting splattered left and right and being pushed back in their base.
But I'll also mention that Dollar Store Dread comp not the one with a bit of a strange comp going on. Of course, we have sort of a double backline happening with this Jet that has Splashdown, the new one, running on 22nd Century, along with the Flingza with a screen. If I'm not mistaken, the foil one, perhaps. So right now, Dollar Store Dread Comp already down to 30 with only a minute elapsed in the game. So they're doing a really strong job of keeping them back, despite both of these teams having the range, having the pencil. But with 3 of their members going down, finally, 22nd Century able to overcome the monster that is both of those Reef Sliders.
And it's great that you mentioned their weapon, the team composition. That's not something super usual. You maybe often see the machine and the pencil, I think, is the most common weapon. But yeah, the new Jet Squelcher and a Flingza roller. Or, yeah, you don't see those weapons at all. I mean, the Flingza roller in itself is already really rare. And then there's an alternative variant I literally forgot existed. Very, very interesting weapon composition, but it seems to be working as of now. Splashdown trying to get Mr. Omega, but unfortunately, or Omega, unfortunately did not get them, as now Isabel came down to help them. Neon is trying their best, but Neon unfortunately only could get a trade, as Dollar Store's Jets comp is getting that zone back in their control, so have to work through quite a big penalty. 3 players effectively went down for 22nd Century. So their composition might be from the 22nd Century. I don't think we are ready for that here in the 21st century.
Yeah, 22nd Century did have a pretty good hold, though, going down to 34th, and I think they're going to see if they can increase on that now. You see, with this splashdown, they're able to get 2 of the members down, and I think that is going to be a delayed wipe. Chara getting absolutely beamed through those grates. I think having a Jet on that top right, not to mention a Jet that can get splashdown and just deny you of all that space, is going to be super difficult. And you see, despite them having a pretty healthy penalty already, 22nd Century has practically gone through the entirety of it. So I think Dollar Store Dread Comp being a little bit bullied in their spawn here, but here comes that Reef Slider, but with no follow-up. It's just not going to do anything, and that is going to be a change of hands with this lead hat.
I don't know what 22nd Century is doing, but they have to keep at it. Like I said, they just swapped to the lead. They got a 55-point penalty now, but that lead is huge. It puts a lot of pressure up onto Dollar Store Dreadcom, who now has to work quite so much to get through their own penalty of about 50 points. At 40 left, but 22nd Century is not done. Tacticooler is out on the field and online. Countered by Tacticooler from Dollar Store General. Dollar Store Dreadcom. I was waiting for that to happen. But followed by both Tacticooler Scream coming out as well. Unfortunately, the Splatter Squad Scream doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot. Dragon now fighting Isabel on the top and losing the fight. Isabel gets splattered 2 players down on the side of 22nd Century, though. They have to act fast. Only 9 ticks left on the penalty, and that lead is literally nothing. A couple ticks. They have 4 players down on the side of Dollar Store, but they're all respawning now. The penalty is still not done. It's over. Can they get some ink on the field? Zone is neutralized, but unfortunately not in time. They got it at 10 neutralized, and I think they're gonna capture it now, but just 1 tick too late.
Oh gosh, that hurts to see. You saw the pencil on Second Century working absolutely overtime to get all of that ink down, but unfortunately it is not going to be enough. But we are coming up on 30 seconds left, so not everything is lost. You see that Dollar Store Dread Comp making their way through their points, but they do lose the zone. So if 22nd Century is able to have the hold of the Century, they might still be able to win this. Of course, time is ticking, and Isabel trying to probably just paint for this special here. That screen is going to come out, but not going to do anything in the face of that Reef Slider. And right now, it is just about who can paint and who can get this zone, but it is going to stay in neutral. 22nd Century failing to put that paint down is going to lose them the first game in the set of a best of 5.
But still 10 to 11, 90 to 89. I don't know what the 22nd Century were smoking, but let me have some of that, because they made such a weird comp work. But I have some fun facts for you. I've been reading the Twitch chat, and I don't know if you read the Twitch chat or not. I don't know if you have it on you right now. But the 22nd Century is named the 22nd Century because maybe, I don't know if Crazy actually is part of this team. Dragon is stupid and he thought we lived in the 22nd century. I hope this is true. I hope this is true. But I'm gonna say in my head canon, they are living in the 22nd century meta. Because I don't know how they did it, but they made it work. And they made it work very well, in my opinion.
Listen, maybe Dragon is living in the 22nd century. Maybe Dragon is before their time, because like you said, very funky off meta comp, but like you see, it worked really well against some really strong players in the game. Especially against 2 Reef Sliders, that can be so difficult. I know that there's been some rumblings about top players talking about Dread as a top 5 weapon. So I think Chara has a bit of a personal buff, working with the knowledge that Kyo and several other top players are validating Dread. So I think maybe there's also a little bit on the line for some of these players. For Dragon, it's outliving the blunder of thinking we're in the 22nd century. And for Dollar Store Dread Comp, it's Chara trying to prove that Dread is, in fact, a top 5 weapon.
I think Chara definitely wants to verify. I mean, it's his thing. It's his thing. He needs to know everything and all about Splatoon, the weapon comps, the strongest weapons, the weakest weapons. A lot of times when I think my girlfriend started playing Splatoon, I always recommend it to just go watch the Chara videos. You want to learn stuff about this game, watch the Chara videos. It's great to watch, great guy, easy to digest. I think he very well gives up the information towards casual and both competitive players. We're going to see a change in weapon compositions, and we see the new Tri-Slosher, and is that a Crack-On roller? It's a Crack-On roller! Splatoon 1 throwback. Love it so much. I don't think we see a whole lot of weapon changes coming on the side of Dollar Store Dread Comp. So it is primarily the 22nd century switching it up. I think that's a different threat, right?
Dread D, known to be, bar none, the worst Dread in the game. My co-captain happens to run it, and every time he does, everyone does a double take because I think it has beacons and wave breaker. So absolutely crazy to see Chara there, but like, who says the Western Sea doesn't experiment? Super excited to see these interesting comps there, but you see Omega being punished by that splashdown, and this is all just super exciting, especially because with Chara on that Dread D, we only now have 1 Reef Slider on Dollar Store Dread Comp, which is very unfortunate, seeing as though we are on Undertow, which has 2 zones now.
I don't think Into Zone is really the tournament to experiment on. I mean, if you do that like Battling Pool maybe, or Triton Cup, really Into Zones tournament, I mean, I get it, but ITZ, I don't know, that's a bit of an odd one, that's for sure. Bong being forced out by Omega, don't want to fight that decaf. I give them 100% agreement there. I don't want to fight that thing either up close, especially when I'm just a poor little Slosher. Dollar Store Dread Comp still in maintenance of that zone. The penalty is now gone and starting to push for points again. 3 specials at the ready for the 22nd Century. Isabel got a beautiful splat on the Slosher from 22nd Century. 2 players down on the side of Dollar Store, though. That means 22nd Century has some play potential going on. We see a Car Runner going in. I'm sorry, we see the Crackle Runner going in from Bonk. Couldn't find a player, unfortunately. Isabel just a bit too quick on those double dualies. In the stone control they still are, because Dollar Store Dreadcomp, even losing 2 players, are still pushing for a lot of points.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen a lot of back and forth in terms of the picks. Isabel doing a really good job of just securing these splats, but I don't know. Every time we see someone, we see one person go down. Isabel goes down here to the Kraken, but ultimately, Dollar Store Dreadcomp has had a steady hold this entire time, and you see that. It was practically 100-0, that push. So despite the fact that it generally looked close and like a free-for-all, that's going to be a speedy win for Dollar Store Dreadcomp, and perhaps a historic win for the Dread D.
I think this is one of the first times you're going to see the Dread D win something big in a major tournament, but I am waiting for the Dollar Store Dreadcomp to make it a little bit further in the tournament to actually see what's going on with the Dread D, because I'm hoping to see that thing in the finals at this point. But it's still a very, very good game by the Dollar Store Dreadcomp. An absolute show of dominance, and I believe that was indeed 100-0 when they started, but it didn't go full clean because 22nd Century still scored some points early on. So a little bit of room for improvement there. Maybe if they had the regular Dreadnought and the Dread D, they could have maybe done that, but who knows? Who knows? I'm just a commentator. But game number 3 now. 22nd Century has some pressure built up for them because they don't have to win this one. They have to reverse sweep a best of 5 scenario, meaning they have to win these next 3 games in a row. And Mincemeat Metalworks, another map you don't see super often, might pose some challenges for 22nd Century because, you know, all those little ledges, that Dreadnought is going to have a ton of fun defending on this map.
Absolutely. Setting up on, say, were they running a pencil? Or were they running a Zap 22nd Century?
22nd was running a Zap. I think only Dollar Store had a pencil.
Absolutely. I think that anyone who wants to, even if that Jet decides, because I myself play C-Jet, and I do like playing on this map mode. You can just kind of set up on snipe, make sure you're outputting that paint and punish anyone who tries to stand on that top left. But that's going to be hard when you have a Dread that's going to constantly be ledging you. And interesting to see what Chara is going to decide to go here. Of course, we did see that Dread D, which has a pretty weak special compared to the Crab and the Reef Slider, but I guess we'll see in the loadout there. It is back to Reef Slider. I think it's going to have an easier job of capping that zone, but no changes from that last game, I think, except for the Zuka bucket coming back.
Yeah, I also see a pencil on the side of 22nd Century over the NZAP again, so, or on one of the teams. I've got with you. But we see it not to see both teams are running a pencil instead of the NZAP. Isabel goes down quite early, I think. But so do 2 players from 22nd Century, so the zone quickly in the hands of Dollar Store Dreadcomp, who are looking to advance the points even further, but they just lost 2 players on the field, and the zone is slowly but surely being painted a beautiful blue from 22nd Century, and with a quick snack, they grab it and lost 2 players, 3 players as well though, so I don't think they can hold this for that long.
Oh my gosh, Isabel! I hope Isabel is pressing that record button, because I think that is a quad with one final pick before going down. And right now you see Chara moving back a bit. Of course, they've lost a player, so trying to manage their space a little bit better. And we don't see Mincemeat all that often, but I imagine there's going to be a little bit of a struggle in terms of the retake. Of course, this Kraken going to push in, see if he can get a pick. Not quite gonna get it. Oh, I was wrong. Not only gonna get it, but a double with that double. And even though it gets that double, they do not have the zone yet. So right now, Bank is alone, gonna get yet another pick, but 16 points down. And 22nd Century has yet to get their hands on the zone even now.
3 picks with a crack on, it's still going. I thought Isabel's giving him the Isabel, but Bonk is really bonking them down. Another player down on the side of Dollar Store Dreadcomp. If 2 players down, But Omega goes in, he gets another 2-3 players down on the side of 22 secondary. 26th century, but there's the quick on from Bonk. Everything going left and right. Nothing is going to stop them. They have something that a lot of teams don't know. It's moral. They have hopes and dreams and they're pursuing them. They're still in control of that zone. Their 22nd century comp, it gotta work. They finally lost it, but at a decent point score to 56. But some amazing plays here in the zone. They're slowly getting more players down. They got the Dread, or they got the decap, but unfortunately they lost 2 players on their own, so they're having to push back and regroup. The Krakon just went down an unfortunate time. I don't think that's really time to go down. Bonk Dragon looking to see if they can get something done against Chara and Omega, but the big bubbler is gonna say no to that. And only a couple ticks left on the penalty. That timer is not gonna last for long. They have to go in fast. Bonk using their Kraken to get some stuff done. Gets the spell on Isabel. Look at Omega, tries to get Omega 2 with a Reef Slider. Says no, but they did capture the zone. 3 players down on the side of Dollar Store Dreadcomp. So it's not over yet for 22nd Century, but they are doing some crazy stuff here, Satsu, as they're now in control of this zone.
Absolutely. They really put in a lot of resources to make sure that they can get this zone back, but you have Omega in the safety of this bubble, just getting this paint down. And once again, the very dangerous Kraken gonna come out, and I think there's a bit of a defensive play with that Reef Slider, but Bank, once again, absolutely relentless. And I feel like at this point, it really is just Isabel and Bank that are putting down all of these splats at the end of the day. It is in neutral. I think a member of Dollar Store Dread Comp was able to get that zone, but Omega still on a tie rated. That is going to be a wipeout with just over 1 minute left. Of course, Neoncot's gonna go down in a sea of orange here, and I feel as though 22nd Century struggles a lot to get back into mid unless they are pushing with the Kraken, and right on cue, here is Bank trying to get those picks once again and put a tirade while the rest of their team hopefully able to get some work off of this.
That Kraken could have indeed been very scary, and that primary way of pushing, but the penalty is over. The timer has been reset and let loose. And with only 5 ticks left, there was nothing the 22nd Century could be done. Living forever with a legendary composition, unfortunately couldn't find the wins, as it is the Dreadnoughts who are winning this next set. Also, Dread winning set winners round number 3 and moving themselves on to another round of In the Zone. But fear not, 22nd Century, you still have a chance. Dreams to pursue, because I loved the way they played Splatoon, and I think more teams should play those very oddball comps like this. We didn't see one from them. We also saw some odd picks from Dollar Store Dread Comp, like the Depth Dualies, not super common, and of course the Dread D, which I think some people will talk about quite a bit in this tournament, because it is honestly one of the worst weapons in Splatoon for real. I mean, a Dread without a bomb? Hold up. Absolute cinema.
Honestly, I would even say it's just its lack of bomb. It's got that bomb. It doesn't have the bomb, and then also the special is Wavebreaker. There's a lot of going on with Dread D, but my co-captain plays it. I'm not hating. But in the meantime, really great set. But we've got more going on for you, so we'll take a short break, and we'll be right back with you within the zone.
ticking in my ears. No, is it near the end? Fade out till I disappear. No, could look the other way. Only you face to face. Words they float away when I'm losing the race. 'Cause I can't play this game. 'Cause I'm still afraid the things you say. Hiding numbers to my days. What if you doubt yourself? Things will never be the same.
And welcome back to Dapple Productions hosting in the Zone 45. My name is Het and I'm still joined by Sasu, and we are just preparing our next match of the day. We just saw some crazy stuff coming in from the dollar store. We're about to have something better for you. This is the Big Bag versus Free Flow, who apparently get upset if you don't capitalize their second F.
Listen, you should. Sometimes you got the typeset, the very specific, you know what I mean, way it's typed out, and it's like, listen, it's the brand. Yeah, you gotta type it right, but it is typed right. It is Free Flow, one word, capital F, and I'm really excited to get into these games. We will be starting on Splat Zone's Robo Ramen, which of course is a classic. So, yeah, interesting to see how this is going to work out, especially with such strong players on both teams.
I wonder how this is going to be different from the first time we saw this map, where we're looking at Sleepy Will Throw Hands against Tailwind. We saw some very interesting stuff coming from Tailwind by pushing too much and just trying to do too much stuff on their own. Of course, it was a little bit of a struggle of their team, and I think for Big Bag and Free Flow, especially Free Flow, that will be a little bit different. But still, are we going to see some similar stuff going on or going to happen, or are we going to see some crazy fights on the mid, reef sliders everywhere? Of course, it's such a strong special on this map. You cannot forget it. And of course, the feared Pencil, I think one of the most hated weapons in Splatoon 3 to play against, because ever since it came out, it's been an absolute nightmare with the Tacticooler. Let's see what we're gonna get. We see one player on the Pencil, but no player on the Pencil on the side of Free Flow. They're definitely doing some cool stuff there with the custom blaster and the tent. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is actually a pretty classic comp we're seeing out of Free Flow. They almost never run a pencil. Cakes, of course, going to be holding down the heavy edit on their side. Swish on that tent, as per usual. I think we have who I'm assuming is Dat Kid on Big Back with this brush. Member of Hypernova, just making sure to be a nuisance in this elbow area. Getting a pick on JJ before going into their zip and seeing just what havoc they can wreak before going out in a trade. So I think Harshy being on that pencil, definitely going to be a struggle there for Free Flow.
Yeah, Big Back putting a lot of work on that zone 40. It's a score to beat. 2 players are down, though. 3 players are down for Free Flow. Big Back, for Big Back Free Flow now going in, finally getting some points on that zone 32 is a huge opening score, but a fat 52 penalty to boot will slow them down a little bit, but can Free Flow maintain this momentum? With 2 players down, it's going to be a little difficult, especially with the Tent Umbrella not online. You need it for the defense. Splash now going in to defend that zone and keep it in their color. We see the blaster going in deeper and deeper, but being forced back. Big from the temper behind. The Stamp going in again, trying to get some more stuff done. Looking at the Tent Umbrella, who's being forced in a corner and almost forced to jump out. We see another player going down. 2 players down for Free Flow as the Big Bag are putting in some big defenses.
Absolutely, but they are not out of it yet. Pretty solid push there from Free Flow, making it all the way down to 50, but now they have to deal with this penalty. 2 members are going to go down from Big Back Adapt, being on that right section, going to Splashdown and doing just what Splashdown does best, making sure to take a member down with them. But you see Switch kind of dealing with a struggle in that bottom right, and I think a little bit of an overextension there from Free Flow. Cake's going to go down as well. So right now, the time is ticking, and I think it's just going to be super difficult to get back into main. So that is going to be a win there for Big Back. First win of the set in this best of 5.
Well, Big Back definitely put in some big work because, wow, were they fast! They literally had so much speed into them that every time something maybe happened to them, they were super fast to respond, super fast to regroup, and super fast to dive in that fight. Whenever Free Flow captured that zone, it was Big Back just waiting and then pushing on another big attack because they said, "Nah, we're not going to just be back, we're going to be Big Back."
You know, Big Back indeed, taking up a lot of space in that last game and making sure that they had mid for most of the time. But we are going to be heading into Mincemeat Metalworks, and I think that I'm wondering if there's gonna be a little bit of a struggle with this entire Pencil versus Edit dynamic. Of course, Edit can kind of be hard countered by Pencil in a lot of situations, but I feel like there are only so many places to stand as a Pencil on Mincemeat. So perhaps Adapt, who tends to play blasters, may switch to Luna Blaster. We'll see. It may be a little bit more difficult for Harshi on that.
Yeah, I think Free Flow there might gonna run into some troubles with the over. Yes, sorry, Big Back is going to run into troubles whenever we see those weapons switch need. But I think Free Flow's primary struggle is the speed of Big Back. They just don't have a response to how fast and with how much force they're throwing themselves into Free Flow, and they're very good at separating the players from each other, forcing the tent to be alone. Fighting 2 players at once is the last thing you want to do as a tent, especially when you're on a little edge where you know you fall down. Your weapon's not fast, you can respond to that, you can get away. The Big Back knows that, so that's where Free Flow is seeing struggles. Mincemeat Metalworks definitely has the problem a little bit less than Robo Ramen, because the way out of spawn is a bit wider, so you have some more options. It's not as straightforward as it is on Robo Ramen, but still, we saw it happen in our last set actually with Dollar Store Dread Comp, where you can still be pushed back quite far because the opportunities to push into the opposing spawn are pretty big. So I'm wondering how Free Flow is going to adapt to this scenario. See a Pencil coming out. Again, we don't see a Pencil. Both teams deciding to stick with very similar comps, because why would you switch off stuff that works? Let's see if Free Flow learned from their mistakes and start pushing like Big Back, or if Big Back are going to show more bigger dominance.
Yeah, I think name of the game is really going to be making sure that they keep tabs, particularly on Dat Kid. Dat Kid, of course, on that brush, and I think that there are a lot of flank options, and you can very easily just find a brush out of nowhere, somewhere where they definitely should not be. You see Adapt getting a really solid pick, and then getting that pick on that Pencil, which is going to be absolutely huge. And speaking of huge, that splashdown into a triple, and Adapt finally going to go down, but none of their teammates at this moment able to capitalize off of that, which we very much saw in that last game. But Swish with the Zuka going to finally get that pick, and Free Flow has their hands on the zone.
Unfortunately, they couldn't capitalize on the triple indeed, but still found a way in that zone. Only 61 points to beat. Not a whole lot of scoring from Big Back. But Big Back again, showing that speed, neutralizing that zone without losing a player. We see a lot of pressure coming out from the Big Back. It does the Spatana first, looking at the next player, looking at Swish. Swish with a beautiful 10 shot, forced away. Zuka coming out as well to get another player down. That is 2 players down on the side of Big Back. Free Flow not letting this zone slip again. They saw it happen in the last game and said, no, thank you very much. Swish almost getting splattered by that Pencil, but he luckily got away in time. So are JJ. That Pencil now such a nuisance, as a little penalty is put up on the side of Free Flow. So not getting into the lead just yet. With a penalty gone, that might just happen here. And it does.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge to get that lead switch. Like I mentioned before, you have Dat Kid camping a jump and is going to get that pick. And I think with 3 members down into 4 members, that is a wipeout. So we now have a very different game on our hands where FreeFlow has their spawn and has to figure out how to get back in here, especially when their weapons in comparison are very slow. Of course, you have that Splatling that has to charge the tent, the blaster that needs its paint. So right now you see the numbers ticking down for Big Back, and especially when they have this advantage in terms of range, that is certainly going to be difficult. But JJ basically using that like a Zuka shot, gonna see if they can get this crab down, camping this jump, and just as I was saying, it was going to be hard. I think FreeFlow may be able to get their hands on this zone.
JJ found a beautiful opening, forcing his grab takeaway and getting a splat on that pencil. Very big opening. Big Back though, quick with the respawns, getting its own back into control. It did get a healthy 40+ penalty on their timer, so it's gonna be a little bit before they start scoring some points again. It's some breathing room for FreeFlow, but can they utilize it with the tent going down? Adept looking at an opening, looking to get some players done. JJ going down again in a very unfortunate spot. Big paint lost on the entry for Adept. We see that JJ uses the hammer, couldn't connect with the splatter shot, or couldn't connect the hammer, splash down going down, but not utilizing it enough. No splats there, and with a couple players down, the Big Back just secures that zone again. Another KO in the back. 2-0 is now the score. And it looks like FreeFlow is going to reverse a sweep. I think they should go out of the FreeFlow and go into a streamline, because they have to reverse sweep now. And it's going to be quite difficult with the challenge that they're up against.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry. Anytime I see the Robotop on an outfit alone, I just woo. It's a tough watch.
It's hideous.
I'm all about the fit. But yes, as you mentioned, FreeFlow kind of backed into a corner here. Definitely going to have to reverse sweep if they hope to stay on the winner's side of the bracket. But I think, at least on Sendo, it's saying that the next we're going to be looking at is Humpback Pump Track. I believe that's true, but if that is the case, I think that Pencil is a little bit less obviously advantageous here. I've seen Pencil players kind of switch sometimes to something a little bit more aggressive. So I think that before you saw the Pencil on those more aggressive places on Mince, but I don't know. It's really good to have a blaster, but it may be a little bit of a struggle having that tent. So we might end up seeing a few changes from FreeFlow here to compensate for this map mode we have coming up.
Yeah, I'm interested to seeing what we're gonna get in terms of the weapon switches. Like you said, the Pencil, of course, not that strong on this map, but that does open the option for not having a backline at all, because with Humpback Pump Track's layout, not burning with a backline and just switching it to a midline, and maybe something like the funny chat squelcher we saw earlier today from 22nd Century can create some very good options for even more aggression from Big Back. So FreeFlow definitely have to adapt properly, like maybe getting rid of the tent and maybe getting themselves a slosher to help fighting on the Humpback. But a lot of people waiting for FreeFlow to lock in and win this set, because a lot of people were very hyped for the next map. But Big Back definitely has something to say about that one. I'm curious how FreeFlow is going to respond. We saw it happen again. Big Back with a very, very dominant regroup, very dominant fight. FreeFlow, however, did score more points last time, even though he got a KO. Let's see where we're gonna get a swap. I see a Luna Blast and Neo. I see a new Brush. Still a tent on the field. And still a Pencil to Big Back, not switching up their comp at all. But big changes on the side of FreeFlow here.
Did Big Back always have that blaster? I think that...
Oh no, actually you're right. They had some damage Stamper. Yeah, I just completely overlooked that. Yeah, they had a change. It's a major one too.
A little bit of a change of hands in terms of what has that blaster. JJ very wisely choosing to jump out, and so far Big Back kind of squatting up here to see if they can just really push the members of FreeFlow back. But you see Cakes really locking in, standing their ground and making sure that they stay alive to get this cooler out. And JJ going to go down in a trade, but right now they need the members of Big Back down, and they do so successfully. Swish on this tent, Switch of course, a tent one trick really, so probably not going to see a Switch on that tent, so they are going to use it to the best of their ability. And speaking of ability, adaptability is going to be the member down and waiting to get back into mid as a fight for the zone continues.
They had some decent points on the zone, but I think more importantly, they have a penalty set up on Big Back. But Wipeout will do so much damage to all the work they've done so far. Very, very important, especially the timing of the Splatling getting wiped out at the very, very end, meaning they have the maximum amount of time for respawning. Big Kraken coming out against that blaster, getting in the splat. No, JJ misses because the Luna Blaster jumped over them. Another wipeout on the side of Free Flow, 2 in a row, and the zone has literally not been touched by Free Flow. They have to go back in, and they have to go in fast because they only have 27 points until another KO here.
Yes, but you see that they're staggering a little bit here. Free Flow, of course, is a really strong team, but I happen to know I think Zones is their weakest mode. So I think that's why they're doing a lot of struggle here. And you see JJ trying to make a break for it, but it's just not going to be enough. That is going to be a 3-0. Big Back over Free Flow. And unfortunately, we are going to be denied the chance to see that Lemuria game I saw a lot of people were clamoring for.
Unfortunately, that was not the case, but 3 KOs from the Big Back shows how strong they can be. Not the method of great, but like you said, Free Flow's weakest, so might just beat the zones. And then if you are playing in a zones only tournament, well, you can sort of see where a struggle can come in. But I don't think they played poor at all. They still played really, really good. Way better than I can play, that's for damn sure. So I hope to see them later in the losers bracket. Like I said, you still have a chance to look at blanks at Battling Pool earlier this week. They went in losers round in winners round 3 and fought their way up to grands. So it's definitely not over for Free Flow. Big Back, what a team! It's not an uncommon team composition, I would say, but also not the usual stuff. The new Stamper, we saw a custom blaster too, not weapons you see super often. Love to see people playing different stuff, same with that kit on that brush, using that zip caster like an absolute menace, wreaking havoc everywhere they go. I love seeing players taking some off picks in order to get some crazy victories here.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been enjoying seeing a lot of comps. Like you're saying, a lot of really interesting things. That kid, of course, I think a member of Hypernova, well known for their dive, always on that brush. One of the people that definitely comes to mind when you think of a Western brush play. And JJ, kind of also known as a skirmisher, dipping his toes a little bit in the brush pool. So Free Flow, of course, is our 5th seed up against our 4th seed Big Back. So even though they're being sent down to losers, we can definitely expect great things from them.
Yeah, Free Flow will definitely be back in this tournament, at least on this stream, that's gotta be sure. But whilst we are waiting for our next sets to be ready, we'll be going on a small break to get the winners round 4. Or get the winners semis ready, because we are already that far in the tournament. So stay tuned, grab some snacks, because we will be right back.
and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you go, where you go, where you feel, yeah. Where you go, where you go, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you go, where you go, where you feel, yeah. Where you go, where you go, where you feel, yeah.
Hello and welcome back to In the Zone. I'm Sasu here with Hat, and I think we are already in the winner's semis. Listen, Hat, we were talking over the break. I took 8 years of Spanish, and I took Spanish instead of taking French. So every time I have to see a French team, I cringe a little bit, but your partner in crime sometimes, Pat, tried to help us out a little bit with the pronunciation. I'm not quite sure if that's going to be any help, but of course we do have the Frutella versus Alet Dematankia Reimaru, which is like, don't tease me, Reimaru. I think you're just gonna have to hear Alet from now, perhaps.
I will just call them Rimaru because I am not going to announce or pronounce any French name. I'll leave that, like you said, to my lovely partner Pat, my partner in crime. I'm just going to call it by the weapon name for now, just a little bit easier. We see the new Stemper stickers on the side, an Order Slusher. If you see the Slusher, it's usually the regular one, so nice to see an Order Slusher. Both teams running a Slusher and an S-Blast 91. Interesting weapons in Flounder Heights indeed, with interesting maps. Requires interesting weapons. Both teams capturing their protector zone very quickly. Frutella going in deep though, getting good splats and the control of that second zone. Now having to defense and up, having to defense from the high ground is a very favorable spot. Getting the zones early here is very important, and Frutella does it beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a little bit of a tough match due to the verticality here. You see La Vaca, hey, I took all of that Spanish, the cow really going down there, Slurp really eating it before. Just a lot of members of Alet trying to just go in here, but Fiesta doing a really good job of keeping that space on the S-Blast going down before they're able to get down that, or rather get out that Booyah Bomb. So it just feels like a lot of back and forth between these two teams. And of note, just like Freecore we saw before, Frutella was one of the teams that qualified for that Splat World Series. So they are certainly not anything to be trifled with, and neither is their score of 40.
Definitely not something you mess around with. However, Rimaru now having some good points on that zone too. They're still in control. We see a lot of spreads coming out on the side of Frutella though. They're looking for it. Booyah is out on the field. Tacticooler online too. Try strike at the ready from Slurp. Looking to use it, but there's another Slusher in their way. And over the wall. Slurp has been splatted by Soldier. Beautifully done. They're almost going to splat it themselves, but still up and running. Getting another splat on Punchy. This is massive for Rimaru as they are looking to get that lead in their control. And they do. That lead is all going down further and further from how many splats they are giving Frutella now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it feels as though there's just a lot of pressure on what is that left area for Frutella. Currently, those numbers are still ticking down, and it just seems as though they keep trying to make way up that ramp, but it's just not going to happen. You have Fiesta, and you see Crowny also taking that right, but finally, they have that zone in neutral, and I think with that Booyah, they're going to be finally able to flip the zone, giving a nasty penalty of 72 to Alet. So an absolutely brutal push, but finally it's time for Frutella to give them a taste of medicine. See if they can lock them out here.
But 72 is not only a penalty, it's about as points they need to get through in order to get a lead as well. So I think the score or the fight's pretty equal here. But Frutella has to hold the zone for a little bit longer. They have no penalty left, or almost no penalty left. And with that, they can really start pushing for points. Rimaru trying to fight their way up, but is struggling. Tri-strike coming out from both teams. Doesn't get a single splat, but does get a lot of time. And that's the more important resource on the side of Frutella right now. Two players are down on Rimaru's side again. This is not looking good. Booyah Bomb out. Two players still down. The lead's about to be swapped, and now the pressure is used. With three players down, only Soldier left. There's not much that they can do. Frutella with a nice comeback from 40 to a KO wins our first winners semis.
That has got to hurt after such a dominant hold. again, we do see that robotic top a little bit more fashionable this time, though, maybe on Fiesta. But a really fantastic showing from Frutella, really keeping their cool. Definitely could have just sort of panicked and gone down with those final 6 ticks that we saw, but definitely gotta hurt to be at that and just see the victory slip through your fingers. But I think we'll be heading to not the most conventional map, but definitely one I would argue I see more often. Museum, which of course is going to have this center stack, this pendulum, so to speak, and I'm excited to see how this changes the dynamic in the game.
Definitely my favorite map. Maybe not for Splatstones particularly, but I think in Splatoon as a whole is definitely up there. One of my favorite maps. Love to see that they brought this map back beautifully in Splatoon 3. And like you said, it's not conventional, but Flounder Heights was also unconventional. These teams brought matching unconventional weapons to that fight. So I'm hoping, because this map is even bigger and even more unconventional, that trend will continue. But yes, getting your win to slip through your fingers, Rimuru, was very close. 6 points is not a whole lot of score left, so these teams are definitely fighting neck and neck. We see a regular Stamper coming out. Do we see the switches from these teams? I don't think we see that many switches, so the fight's still very equal. That Stamper will cause havoc with the amount of Swiftcaster spots that you have here on this map. All the little ledges, all the little spinners. Great time for Stamper. Frutella loses 2 players very early, allowing Rimuru to go in. 3rd player is down. It is a beautiful fast cap for Romera, and a delayed wipe. Frutella is pushed back into their spawn early.
Yeah, absolutely. That is not what you want to see if you are Frutella, just being pushed back so quickly. Just a lot of quick work done of them, and of course we are going to see that Crab out of Lavaka putting on that energy. We have a Crab v Crab, but one of them dropped Lavaka, able to get a pick before getting out of dodge. Right now, the zone in this neutral state with the Pens trying to kind of fight each other for control. But I think with the members of Alet jumping back in, we might see finally them take the zone and continue to make a bid on those points there. And already down to 40 with just a minute going through, Frutella is going to have to figure this out. And we saw an absolute stellar jump out for Soldier, just barely dodging that bomb.
Don't know how they managed to do that, but it was beautifully indeed. Fiesta using the buoy bomb, trying to get some paint on the zone. It is neutralized for Frutella. Now, can they capitalize it? No, they cannot. Trasher coming out. Another shot of capturing it. So, but this time it's not even neutralized. 2 players down on the side of Frutella. And Rimuru is just... I don't even know what to say. Rimuru is absolutely shredding them. And 100-0 clean game. Showing you how it is done. Maybe that Frutella on Flounder Heights won doesn't mean that they can get this whole set. Finally, we see another team win in a 1-1 scenario as Remora takes game number 2. Very well done with 100-0. They knew what they were doing and they played this absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've received some intel a little bit honing in on who the players on Alet are. Practically most of these players are from PXG, who were also in that Splat World series. I think that is Gaustrone and Phoenix, rather. So, yeah, also very strong players. I believe they were the first seeds on the Western side. So really showing their strength here by getting their lick back all the way from 100 down to 0.
Yeah, you don't want to mess around with teams like that. You don't know what they can do, you know what they can bring. They always have some unconventional strategy. Maybe with some gone weapons, they still throw out stuff where you'd be just surprised. I think Frutella was definitely caught off guard with the amount of speed that they were being thrown at. And especially in the first game where it was a very back and forth battle, I don't think they expected that much power suddenly against them. So, like I said, beautifully done from Momaro. But we're gonna look at the next map, which is Umami Ruins. Another double zone map. We saw what happened in Flounder Heights, and that's where a double zone map King Leg Frutella took a dominant victory. So let's see if we're gonna see it here again, or if Romaru continues the 100-0 trend that they have been getting now, and they see if they can do it again. They already locked in that zone control, and 3 players down, it might just happen again for Tella being pushed back into spawn early once again here, Sasu.
Yeah, a bit of a delayed wipe. I was going to mention that. I could be wrong, but I thought that last time had the sticker stamper, meaning they had the ability to paint over just one of those zones and then simply booyah the other one, which is very advantageous. But they're not running that anymore, but they still had a strong opening. Several members, however, are going to go down for Avet. Frutella also feeling a little bit of the pain with 2 of their members going down. So right now, it is just a fight to see who can keep this control. And I think that with enough pushing, they might be able to keep it, but it's just not going to happen. Already admitted in, it's just so back and forth that neither team has really had a safe lead to go. And with 2 members down, I think Avet is going to see what they can do to possibly block out Frutella from ever coming toward the zone again.
No major push indeed. We see that Red is now holding onto the zone, and the penalty is about to be over. That can mark a major push. Only 1 point score before it was neutralized. One of the zone captured by Frutella. Punchy going in big with a Splash-O-Matic. Looking at the crab tank, uses it. Now looking at the fencer, gets a beautiful spell on drone too. This is what you want to see as Frutella. A couple more points scored on the side of a Red, but I don't think they're going to do much more with that as they lost a couple players. Zone in the hands of Frutella. Again, we see Lavaka being forced to jump out with a very beautiful jump to their teammate. Didn't have to jump back that far and could utilize a crab tank right away to start pushing against Frutella, who are slowly but surely getting close towards that lead. The zone was about to be neutralized, but not just quite. Lead has been swapped. Tactical out of the field for a Red, who are looking to push, looking to fight. Slurp now fighting against Raikou. Can they get a split in? No, Raiki can stay alive. Can still fight, uses a Zipcaster to go around, gets a big splat on Crowny, but couldn't find a cliff pad on Slurp. Finally gets it with the help of teammate Sasu, or with the help of teammate Lavaka, and with 3 players down Sasu, Frutella has a decent score, but is not in control anymore.
Yeah, I think Lavaka, if I'm not mistaken, being Goss. Putting in a lot of work there to make sure that they can get members down, and finally, I think with this time, that's being very smart, not to push in too much. Both of these teams, we've seen when they get that lead, a lot of them have been going into that choke and seeing if they can just bully them, but I think they're both recognizing that they have a lot of strength and they cannot give up that mid. So right now, things in a little bit of neutral. It's going down to 1v1s, trades back and forth. 2 members down from Avet, but just in turn, there you see Frutella, 2 of their members going down. So I think that they were able to neutralize this zone, giving them a penalty in the 30s here. But you know, I think that the name of the game is just going to be seeing how well that both of these teams can hold, especially because you see a special advantage here on Avet, and both of those special people, I said both, but Solja is going to have to jump out here because Frutella has done a fantastic job of getting the picks they need, and I was talking about keeping that mid, but it looks like they're opting a little bit to see just how much they can get away with in that choke.
Definitely looking at that indeed. Frutella now looking at a bigger defense because see a lot of specials at the ready for Red. They're using their tacticooler, using their crab tank. It looks like the Zepcaster is also ready to be used. Slusher goes down, a huge spell soldier for Frutella. This might just win them the lead, and it will. Losing that Slusher means losing a tri-strike. That's a massive loss for a Red. They got the zone now, or at least they got it neutralized, and they got it now, but it was just too late. Release was swapped again. 30-tick penalty on them, and 3 players down. That means they're not going to hold that zone for that much longer. We see Raiki on that Zipcaster, but getting splattered on the landing spot. Very unfortunate. We can see the timer go down, and there's a blaster. You know that's just a free splat. Frutella still in control. They have a bit of a penalty on them, so a Red has some breathing room. Gets a beautiful splat there, Raiki, against that Splash-O-Matic from Frutella. They're preparing their specials. They're charging them up. Crab Tank is online. This is the moment they have to strive for. They only have 12 seconds left to get that zone in their hands. 1 is neutralized. 1 is captured. 1 is still neutralized. Can they get a second zone? It is oh so close. But when they get 1, the other one gets faded over. They have it in control, but the overtime push is necessary. And it can be dangerous. That can be risky. You need to have both zones in your control, or that overtime is going to run out slowly. They're still online. They're still fighting. 2 players down on the side of Frutella. And it looks like Red has this now secured. But can they maintain it? That's the bigger question. 2 players down again for Frutella. This is not looking good. It's the win being slipped away from the fingers. Or is Frutella going in with another major comeback if they can get it here? 2 players down. 3 players down on the side of Red. And with a wipeout to boot. Frutella takes it back, but that was again oh so close, and Red had a very beautiful shot at it, but Frutella just a bit faster, still showing that they are the king of the double zone.
Wow, what an absolute epic buzzer beater. I already thought that that's definitely had their work cut out for them. Of course, this is the double zone. It's going to be so difficult to keep both of them for so long, especially in OT, where the other team is just going to throw everything in the kitchen sink, and you saw Frutella just that, utilizing all of their specials, getting all of their picks. I think that may have been perhaps Phoenix on the S-Blast. I'm not quite sure. But definitely doing some great work. Almost like it reminded me of Carbon gameplay, where you see Carbons just like within an inch of their life doing everything they can to get that pick. And they did just that. Phoenix got the picks, which got them the game. Like you said, I think Frutella is definitely the kings of the double zone.
I think with that, there might be a problem there, because the next map is just a single zone. And we saw what happened to the single zone map on Museum Del Foncino. That was 100-0. But I think Frutella has learned from their mistakes, because they're not going to get worn down that much again. And if you're wondering, if you're looking, hey, Hat, you're talking about the next map. We don't know what the next map is if you're not paying attention. It is Mahi Resort, the map that changes mid-game. Starting off small, gonna be fun for the S-Blast, but it's gonna be big later, and then I see a certain Stamford is gonna have a lot of fun. So this match is definitely going to be a lot of dynamics at play here. Both teams decided to not switch up their weapons, because why would you switch on the stuff that works? Let's see which team is going to be faster on the zone. It is like a Red is a lot faster in the midpoint, but can they win the mid fight too? That's even more important. They are the first team to capture that zone, and they are the first team to score some points. Frutella doesn't seem to be that concerned about it. 2 players going in. Slurp doesn't get a splat. The Blaster also gets splatted. Phoenix, I believe, not online anymore. And with 2 players done, it is a Red who wins fight number 1.
Yeah, you see you here able to get out that cooler before going down. But I think what you sometimes see in a Mahi game is that despite a team getting wiped, somehow they just come back and get a wipe in turn. You see that Frutella, despite so many of their members going down, currently have the zone and have taken the lead, but not without those strikes coming out, trying to neutralize that zone. But Reiki seeing what they can do, but there is nowhere to hide. The water level hasn't dropped just yet. Crowny going to back up, give up that space, and give up the water level since we haven't hit 60. And yeah, there's just, once again, a lot of back and forth. But Frutella, despite the fact that this is a zone picked by Adet, certainly not giving up and still have the lead.
Frutella is playing something to their advantage, and there's all the little legends you can hide behind. Museum definitely is a lot more open, even though it has the spinners. There's a lot of the cover on Museum, and My Resort offers that cover that the team loves to play around, loves to fight with. And we see Slurping, beautiful spread on Soldier, Tacticooler out on the field, and now they're really pushing Red back into the spawn, where I think Frutella says they belong, just in the spawn and nowhere else on the map. Raiki looking for an opening, but doesn't able to find one, and gets confronted by Fiesta, who gets a beautiful splat on that Stamper. The S-Blast jumping to give you more range is an absolute necessity in a fight like this, and they're playing it like an absolute maniac, like a Karma Roller indeed. Now look at the Crab Tank, cannot win against the Crab Tank in Sasu, but what they can do is get rid of their lead and start pushing for more points.
Yeah, finally, La Vaca, aka Goth here, gonna try and get some of that paint down to see what they can do about here. Crowny, down here, and very wisely, you saw me go Crowny because I was surprised they hadn't jumped out, but I think they heard me telepathing that to them, and they got out of dodge just like that. But look at that. Frutella is already down to 31, which is a really good score, but of note, well, commentators, Chris, I was going to say they don't have a penalty, so they may have been able to make a really deep, easy run, but penalty put on by Frutella, neutralizing that zone. Not really all that deep. They're already making their way through their points. They've lost their Stamper, and with this weighing, they're trying to see if they can hold them off long enough, but with those strikes coming out, and no follow-up, I think they're going to be able to change over that just now, so that is going to be a change of hands in terms of speed. We'll see if Frutella is able to get that back.
It doesn't look like Frutella is that concerned with the lead strip, not just now. They're in it for the long game, nothing for the short gains. But that's a big splat on the S-Blast. You don't want to lose it right now. 2-3 players down on the side of Frutella. They were not concerned, but now they're very much concerned. A win slipped from their fingers almost, and a comeback for a Red. They take game number 3, or the game number 4 actually, and then they're gonna take it now to set of game number 5. Beautiful, beautiful plays by a Red. They're not done just yet. They don't want to be out. They're saying, no, if we're gonna win it, we're gonna win it in game 5 in the legendary Robo Ramen, and it's going to come down to all of this. Beautiful, beautiful gameplay by both of these teams. Love to see what I'm seeing right now.
And what I'm seeing right now is that we are going to be going, like you said, into Robo Ramen. Now, of course, both of these teams have picked this map mode, so they both should have their strategy, be used to what they're going to be able to do. So there is no excuse as like, well, we're not so great here, since they both have, you know, their own experience. Not to mention that I think Robo Ramen is just something that everyone's got. It's a very standard. It's like a hagglefish. So given, I'm trying to think about their comps and what's really gonna reign supreme. But guess what? I don't have to think about it because we're going at least wrong. I do have to think about it. If you saw there was I think a DC on maybe Frutella's side. Doesn't matter. But I was just saying, oh, I don't have the time to think. Yes, I do, because especially we were able to restart before we saw those comps. So I'm assuming they're both going to do the same thing, but wondering how it's going to go with what they were running before.
Yeah, I'm interested to see it for Robo Ramen too, because we've seen a lot of Reef Sliders on Robo Ramen, but crucially, I don't think we've seen any Reef Sliders at all this set. And they're not running it. It's mostly Crab Tanks and Zukas, which are the primary specials of choice. Zipcaster also very strong. So I'm interested, are we going to see swaps to Reef Sliders, or will it just be just comps that they have been using? But looking at how fast that lobby went from us talking to another game, I don't think there are going to be a lot of weapon swaps in there. I'm pretty sure they're very certain and confident with the comps that they have running. I mean, both of them work. They got out the game 5. You don't see that all too often anymore in Splatoon. So I'm happy to see that they're very much sticking to it. But I'm hoping we might see some changes, because maybe a Reef Slider on Robo Ramen might just be that bit stronger than, for example, on my resort.
Yeah, I think that Reef Slider would be the strategic play, but as someone who hates to see a Reef Slider against, I am going to opt to not wish that on anybody. Because at the end of the day, you have these really strong players, and then yet your win con is just keep that guy dead. Because even if you get the pick, then they're cooler and they come back, and it's just a constant game of whack-a-mole. So not expecting to see any changes on either of these teams. I think they are pretty much locked in what it is that's going to work for them, but definitely going to be keeping an eye on Fiesta, aka Phoenix here, and what they're able to do with that S-Blast, because we have seen a lot of S-Blast play, and as I say that, they do go down, but we've seen Hat in a lot of these other games. Despite a team getting a strong opening, they can still fall in the end. So we'll see what Alette does with this hold.
Now, of course, the opening is only half the story. Maintenance is maybe the bigger problem. You can have a giant push on that zone, but if you can't keep it, you're not going to win. And it looks like a Red is struggling with that problem. They got a beautiful opening on that zone, but they cannot find a big follow-up. They cannot find the first defense. And it is Frutella who takes a quick recap. Not for long, I reckon, because big old Tri-Strikes and Crab Tank are out on the field at play. And that zone after 8 ticks already back in their hands. Back in the beautiful, beautiful yellow. A Red loves to see. We see Frutella trying to find an opening, Sasu, but they just cannot seem to find it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a little bit shocking, actually, because despite the fact that you have that choke, Robo Ramen is really well known for its flanks, and albeit you don't have classically flanking weapons like, say, a brush or any sort of skirmisher, they can still use that to their advantage. But who I believe is Crowny going to bring out that cooler a little bit far back for their team, and especially with those strikes, that is going to force the rest of Frutella out and back into their elbow position. So despite the fact that they're able to move forward and take that space, finally we see Frutella taking those that flank, but maybe that answers my question as to why they haven't been doing that so much during the game.
Yeah, they're definitely being held up by a Red who's just looking at the big ol' elbows and defending them with their lives. Tri-Strike coming out, but not going to do much. Booyam coming out as well, and it does neutralize the zone, but not for that long. 2 players down again on the side of Frutella. They had so many strong games without it seemingly losing it. If it's not a double zone, Frutella is going to have some problems. It looks like Fiesta trying to find all those players from a Red, just cannot find connections with that blaster. Tri-Strike on the Crab Tank, being forced away. Unfortunately, 5 ticks left for Frutella to do something. 5 ticks neutralize it. They neutralized it, but at the 0 mark, and that means Red takes game number 5 and pushing themselves up towards the winners finals. Literally at a 0 mark, they went and KO'd. Beautifully done. Unfortunate for Frutella losing this way, but a Red definitely had this last one in the bag. Very, very well done.
Yeah, you know, at least they got it to a game 5. They fought valiantly. Perhaps things would have gone differently if this were, say, an Undertow. With those 2 zones, but yeah, unfortunate at the end there. The not able to get out fast enough, and you know, we talk about buzzer beaters, but in this case, they just were not able to beat the buzzer. So that is going to be a GG's, and Frutella unfortunately being sent down into losers. But as we can see here, the fact that they were essentially against PXG without Gray on the roster, and they took it to a 3-2, Frutella is no joke. So be prepared to perhaps see them again once they finish up whatever they have going on. But, you know, upsets happen. I say that, but they may not make it out. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see, Hat.
Only time will tell, but I have some more unfortunate news maybe. Well, maybe for us, but not for this tournament. This was our last match. We'll be going on a small break with 2 new casters. But before we go off, Sasu, where online can we find you?
Well, you can find me at Sasu Pants. That's SASUIN, the letters UR, and then Pants. That's basically all of my social media. Let me put it this way. If you type it in and I don't come up, then I don't have it. So that is essentially where you can find me. But if the people want to follow up on the glory that is Hat, where can they find you?
At casterhead.bsky.social. That has been my go-to social media platform as of late. And of course, and Twitter and maybe on other shows platform. Look for Casterhead. I'm going to be there because I'm the only Casterhead in town. But Susu, thank you so much for hosting the first half of in the zone with me. And after the stream, or after this break, we're going to have two lovely, lovely, lovely casters on the mic who I will say they're going to be introducing themselves. But one of them we all know and love already. So thank you so much for having us on the stream. Double production. Good luck to our next set of casters. And of course, early shout out to CKK for hosting this stream in the back end. We'll be going on a small break, but this tournament will be right back.
Hello. Welcome to your second block of In the Zone. I am joined here by the one and only Pat. I'm so happy to be on the mic with you. Do say hello.
I'm so glad we get to cast together, Fufu. It's been too long. It's been way too long. And we're getting a treat because we're going to start with the winners finals of this In the Zone. So many great teams have been playing today, and we have the best two teams of the tournament, the two teams that haven't dropped a set yet, fighting to get the first ticket onto grand finals. It's going to be two French names, which is fine by me. Voie lactée, that means a Milky Way, going against Arrête de me taquiner Reimaru, which means stop teasing me, Reimaru. Fufu, for simplicity, we can call them Milky Way and Reimaru, I guess?
That works with me. That absolutely works with me. I'm gonna give you guys the English version of this. Pat, if you want to go French, go absolutely crazy with it. But I'm excited to see how these two teams are gonna be playing out on the field. That is where the action is. And honestly, these are pretty standard comps coming out from both of them. Honestly, they're almost mirrors if you just switch the blasters and stampers. If I'm being honest.
Yeah, by the way, we have our colors switched up, CKK. Speaking of a mirror. Voie lactée is in blue right now, and they're pushed out of the zone. Reimaru able to really take control right there, getting a few extra splats. They're gonna put themselves in front of the zone, maintain the presence. Starred activating the crab tank to try to maintain some pressure, but it looks like Reimaru are maintaining a lot of control. Gray not able to do anything. These top players are completely locked out right now. Reimaru taking control of this game, Fufu.
Yeah, and there was a lot of we saw just a lot of roundabouts, like a lot of going around, especially here from the Stamper that just completely went around. But now they're starting to be, they're going to be taken out by the S-Bots here. No, by the Slosher brand, pulling a little bit of sneakies here on the right side, just looking to try and get a bit of pressure, joined up by their teammate here. They are going to be able to cap the zone for their team here. Milky Way finally getting some points, stopping that counter at 58 here, Pat.
I mean, that Voie lactée able to come back in the game pretty fast, and now they have their hold. The crab tank not able to make a dent onto that zone as Reimaru are trying to paint it their way back. Milky Way simply holding, and right now it's their turn to really get the splats, to really get control. They have the lead right now, and it looks like they're gonna score more and more points. Reimaru struggling to get back in.
Absolutely, you're seeing that crab coming out from Reimaru, trying to just get a little bit of extra space. We are seeing that Zipcaster ready on the Stamper as well, just really waiting. But they are actually able to cap the zone in just a blink of an eye, putting some penalty points on Milky Way here. But again, they still need to be making a lot more pressure here. Seeing that Zipcaster from out, fighting with but Q! Okay, just casually double tapping someone. Yeah, honestly, beating on Zipcasters, that's what we Chargers like to do. I love to see it.
I mean, we have absolutely crazy aim right down with two players down. It looks like the Milky Way is back in control of the zone, but here comes another crab tank. It is non-stop action. There's constantly a player pushing in, constantly some pressure coming from somewhere. The strikes are being thrown to stop the next push as Voie lactée are doing their best to stop anything going from Reimaru, and with two players down and not that much penalty left, it looks like the Milky Way is on its way to score more points.
Absolutely here. Reimaru really had to start making some moves pretty soon here. We are seeing the hold of the Booyah Bomb. Why does that thing last? I think it's like 8 or 9 seconds. It lasts so godforsakenly long. But seeing those strikes also come out from Reimaru, really trying to cap the zone.
Ooh.
Just barely missing that cap. Not quite. Actually, no, they got it. Never mind,
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, go ahead, take your cap, whatever.
Yeah, it took their time. They struggled to get back to the zone. And this is a thing I've noticed with top players, is that you have to use so many resources just to get to the zone. It takes so much effort to get back in the game. Right now, Reimaru are done with their penalty, and they're winning their fights, which means they're gonna score some more. They are getting back in this game. Beautiful splat by Raiki, who is going to jump back to the rest of the team. As Reimaru are getting their way back in the game. But wait, penalty was applied. When did that happen?
Honestly, so many zone caps are just really blinks of the eye at the moment. I feel like we're playing the first match of BO5, and both of these teams are playing pretty disciplined for the most part. I think we're going to start reaching that last minute where things start to get a lot crazier, but right now we are seeing Reimaru on the lead, and a sneaky move here from Gray, just absolutely going here on the right side, taking Jared with them, forcing some of the members of Reimaru to actually step back, or never mind, they're fine, I guess.
They're fine, but the zone is contested right now. The Milky Way is going to recap, that is huge. Going into the last minute of the game, Milky Way has a good lead, and they are in control with the strikes ready to help defend. This is going to be a rough push for Reimaru.
Are we gonna talk about that silly like slosher 1v1 that was like evenly matched and then they just took each other? That was funny. That was just silly. But again, Reimaru once again having that done in the favor. Those penalty points are almost out of the way. They are reaching some of those last legs where they have to really get those points out of the way and really fight for the lead if they want to be taking home this first game. And they are looking to maybe see this through with 3 down on Milky Way. Pat.
Oh, Fufu, it looks like we're going to have a leap swap 10 seconds before the end of the game. Reimaru got the lead, but Milky Way are not done. They're able to recap. They have a huge penalty, but they got 3 splats right now. Make that a delayed wipe with that splat on the pencil. Can they hold long enough though? All of Reimaru are coming back in. They want to fight, they want to paint. All they need is to put these strikes on the zones. Can they do it though? The crab tank is deployed. Here comes the strikes. Can they paint enough? Can they paint enough? It's neutral, but neutralize is not enough. Milky Way holds the zone and get the absolute lock onto this game. What a comeback on the comeback, Fufu.
Oh my goodness, it just spirals from there. They said, oh, you guys are gonna rush in on us? Awesome, we'll just take you out. Don't get desperate and you'll lose. They just said, great, we're just gonna take advantage of that, and locked in, took it home, even in a grim situation. What a game there. My goodness.
Reimaru, they had a crab tank and tripling strikes, and they thought that would be enough to cap the zone. They were banking on, okay, if we keep our strikes and our crab tank alive so we can use both at the same time, we win the game. We can't sell the other time. So they used all their resources, like they threw their players forward just to make sure that they would have exactly that. Except at this level, that's not enough. Not against Voie Lactée. Voie Lactée were able to paint over, were able to survive, dodge the strikes and the crab, and were able to get that overtime victory. And really here, them showing here, you have to do a bit better. You have to do just a tiny bit more, because at this level, every drop of ink counts.
Absolutely. It's also patience. Like, I think Reimaru lost their patience there by the end of the game.
Yeah.
And I think that's what really sealed their fate, because they had a good chunk of time to even go for 2 retakes, but when 2 of your members go down chained up, it doesn't go great. But that being said, we're going to be entering our next match here on Mako Zones. Oh, I love this map. I absolutely love this map. Munch.
This is the map where you have to pay extra attention to the blasters and the buckets. So very, very much pay attention to those. They're going to be demons against every ledge. And here it's already starting. Brand trying to contest, trying to force everybody to die. Meanwhile, the bucket on the other side doing the exact same thing, attacking, making sure that nobody can stay safe at any moment. And it's going to be a trade.
Yeah, the battles between the mid lines are always so interesting, because they're usually trading each other out easy here. It's also very nice to see all of these strings being used. But Q, you're in an interesting spot here. This very dangerous spot here. And just when yep, there we go. We're getting out of there. Reimaru is able to cap that zone in their favor. Again, about a minute, but no one's really had a solid control of the zone. But we're going to hopefully be seeing that change. But what a nasty kill. And going for a possible second one here. We're beefing with Gray in the corner, able to take Gray out here, leaving Milky Way in a really not so favorable position right now, especially considering they just lost 2 members and are getting ready to retake here in a second. Or were.
Reiki on fire right now. Milky Way have been playing defense, trying to find their way forward. It looks like they're able to get a few extra splats That grab tank by Jared is far from the zone, but it's going to allow the rest of the team to go in, and here they go. They take control of the zone, and now they're all around these tanks that usually decide the pace of the game. But as I say that, it's only Gray left standing for Voie Lactée. Gray getting the jumps, getting the splat still in here. They're gonna retake the zone. Oh!
But they are gonna get taken out by that pen. Okay, the pens, they're kind of crazy with this game. I love seeing pens. They're just not afraid to like shoot people down. They say, "Why are you in my range? Get out of here!" Doop, doop, dead. And it's just so satisfying. I love to see it.
Yeah. And throughout this game, we've seen Pencil play more and more aggro. When it started being a meta, we saw the pen being so back, waiting for the rest of the team to do things. These days, good Pencils, they have to move in, they have to fight, and I mean, it's a treat for us. We get to see more fight right now. Gray dancing around with absolutely no ink. His color is going to be punished, but it's not over yet. Reimaru are still in control, and look at that penalty. Fufu, Reimaru are scoring more points.
Yeah, if they can just keep this going, they might be looking at a potential knockout here. Seeing those two specials up from the side of Milky Way, though. There's Strike coming out first off here, and I think that Booyah Bomb coming in to try and seal the fate, but it's not going to be quite enough to cap the zone just yet, as Reimaru still opts to hold on, taking 2 down, still holding the zone strong. But I think this might be a knockout.
Non-stop action.
Yep.
Milky Way were not able to do anything in that game. They were able to push once, they captured the zone, and then they got slaughtered and were pushed away again. It was all Reimaru getting control of this map.
Absolutely. It's just so, like, it's crazy how quick the tides can change here. I think Reimaru was definitely in their element where they weren't forced to retake at the end of the game, and I think that really helps Seal. Like, their strong suit very much is the holding. Just the holding in general, just that offensive positioning, and so they were where they needed to be by the end of this game and just saw it through. The score is now 1-1. This is going to be pretty fun. I think it's going to be a lot closer than I initially thought here.
I mean, that game one that we had was incredibly close. We saw both teams push to their limit. Now, that game too, Reimaru really took control. Really, it looked like they figured out Voie Lactée, and that pop-off by Raiki with the Stamper sealed the deal, really allowed Reimaru to go in to get more control, to delay any push by Voie Lactée, and allowed them to really keep that control longer and better. Now it's on Voie Lactée, a team that these 4 players, we're used to seeing them winning everything they play. And this time, they need to adapt. They need to switch things up because, Reimaru are playing better right now.
I think it's a lot more evenly matched than we think as well. Again, the members of Milky Way are also coming back from a pretty long hiatus here, so to see them still, pretty much kicking butt after this long as well is also incredibly impressive. So I am very curious to see the outcome of these matches for sure, but we gotta live through them first before we get those outcomes. And on Scorch Court Zones, I have a slight amount of beef with this map, especially because there's this giant grading piece of geometry in the center.
It's a unique map to play on, but here's the thing with top level players. They need to be able to play on every map, and I believe the players have chosen the map that they're going to have to fight on. Right now, Reimaru getting the explosive opening, getting all the splats and taking control. What a splat by the Stamper right there! They are not stopping, that is huge.
Yeah, fun fact about that Stamper range, it paints more, I think it's like the even range of like a splatter scope essentially, if I'm not mistaken. It's so mean on the range. It should not have that much range, and then it does. Again, the sloshers are fighting, but the slosher is dead. Slosher down, and Lawaka is trying to go for another one. The slosher is able to go for another one. Look at this. It's the way they just take their fights together. The way they crossfire at each other, like, hey, this way, there's a guy on us, and then they'll come and clean it up. Not allowing it. The ideal thing is to not let any interaction go negative, and a lot of these players are doing great on doing that, but it doesn't matter because the zone is also still capped in yellow, as a matter of fact.
Milky Way, they had their way onto the zone, but it took them so long to capture. They gave 10 extra points to Reimaru, and I mean Reimaru happy to take them now, though Milky Way are in control, and it's their turn to come these ledges to be a menace. Bran right there, able to get a few extra splats. The splat on the pencil is going to slow down the next push by Reimaru.
Yeah, but Bran's reign of terror is going to be stopped there by the Stamper coming in. Popping Zipcaster. Once again, these pens are just here. They're being bullied, man. They just want these pens out of the way. We can see it through both teams just absolutely booking it to them. The poor things. That being said, the zone is going to be recapped by Reimaru, but the fight doesn't stop here in center. Gray really trying to take picks where they can, but almost being... Look at I can't with these pens, bro. They're kind of awesome. I love pens that just... say, great, we're just gonna shoot you because we can. It's my favorite thing.
Yeah, I mean, at this level, you're not allowed to feel fear. You have to go in, you have to get into the fight. Even if it's Gray with a blaster, you have to go into a fight and win. Right now, both teams still fighting for that zone. Who is going to get the most paint? We're halfway through the game. Reimaru still has the lead and wants to confirm it if they're able to capture the zone right there. But Milky Way able to keep control. And, two down on each side, Fufu.
I'm sorry, that was just such a mean interaction there from the Stamper. But no, yeah, the zone is going to continue to be capped here by Milky Way. Penalty points are out of the way, and they're definitely going to be trying to take the lead here very, very soon. Reimaru really has to find a way in, but with their Stamper down, it's going to be a little bit more difficult here because this seems like a really strong hold here from Milky Way. Crab coming out, and so are the strikes here to try and make some ways. The lead is going to be lost one way or another, but Reimaru still needs to be able to get the zone with 3 down on Milky Way. That is definitely going to be a zone cap if I've ever seen it.
A huge push right there by Reimaru, able not only to keep the game going, but to take control of all of mid, pushing Milky Way back into their spawn. With a minute and a half left in the game, Reimaru had the time to get back, especially since they don't have that much penalty. Jared activating the crab on the right is going to be funneled and forced away. It's not enough to cap the zone. But with 2 players down, Reimaru would need to concede the zone. Voie Lactée, aka Milky Way, are back in control.
Back in control indeed, back where they want to be right here, and forcing Reimaru back on the back foot here. They are losing members, and with the last minute pretty much here, they really want to find a way in. And the main thing is holding the zone. That's the big thing here. We want to be able to get in there and hold it, and with Milky Way in such a good spot, it gets a little bit harder to displace them, especially look at where their pen is set up, look at where that crab is set up, look at all the crossfire that is set up for them. So it's going to be a very uphill battle here, especially considering that timer that's just about out of the way here, Pat.
Yeah. We're at the end, Milky Way holding that zone and getting the 2-1. Reimaru really struggled to push onto them. I mean, Reimaru were able to really have a lot of control over the zone, but it took them so much effort to get back into the game when Milky Way was on top of it.
It goes back to that retake. Reimaru's not so strong point is that retake right here, and I feel like it's just going to continue to be an uphill battle, especially considering our next match being on Umami. I don't think if they get locked out, it's not really going to be very favorable. But Milky Way is sitting. They're sitting at 2-1. They're sitting in a really nice position. If they keep this up, they can very well just take this home on the next game. If they find out where they need to exploit, they could say, "Great, we're just going to exploit that retake problem and call it a day."
It's very much Milky Way right there figured out, okay, we need to hold our positions, we need to know where to harass. Now, Umami, as you said, it's a different map. You don't have all of these ledges that the other team is fighting for. You're on flat ground facing the other team as they are respawning, which means you get more fights. Yes, I see you raising that finger.
I don't know about ledges. I think there is a good chunk of ledges here. There's a lot of geometry on Umami. I'm gonna hold you back there. A lot of geometry in the center. It gets even in the spawn, it's a little less a spawn, but this is a map filled with a lot of geometry. As a matter of fact, there are a crap ton of ledges.
Yeah. There's a lot of ledges, but there is not that huge ledge that condition that, oh, if you drop onto the zone, it's a final drop, and that completely decides how you play the game. And then it gives you a bit more like leeway in how you want to play, and it's not all of or nothing in terms of being near the zone, if you know what I mean.
I see. I mean, we have a piece of geometry in the center at least. Also,
yeah.
Yeah, that thing is like the flag. You want that middle if you want control, pretty much. That is what that says. Oh my goodness, already a huge first pick here on the side of Milky Way, though. They're able to take that bucket out of the way, forcing another player to jump out. Oh my goodness, there's going to be a quick opening here from Milky Way, I believe, here. If they're able to get that Stamper out of the way. Why are you alive for so long? Get out of here!
Milky Way winning their fights forward, getting control over the zone. Huge opening by them. Now it's on Rimuru to find their way back onto the zone. I mean, you talked about they had trouble pushing in, already they're in that position where they need to get in. That's a huge grab tank if it works, and it looks like it's working pretty well. They're on top mid right there. They're forced out, but Rimuru was able to apply penalty to take control.
Absolutely here. And, you know, control indeed, especially considering they just took 2 members off of Milky Way. They're in the position they want to be. This is their strongest position team. Well, it's really any team's strongest position, but more specifically for Reimaru, if they can continue to hold this. Of course, Milky Way is going to be tossing everything they can at them, seeing that Crab trying to make a little space, and Cooler and Booyah Bomb. Apparently, we're throwing the whole package deal. And apparently strikes to everything. Everyone is here, Pat. Everyone is here.
No. And right now, Rimuru are holding that zone. Oh, never mind. That's the end of the hold over the zone. Milky Way with a huge push right there, and that bomb to punish the bad jump are able to get their control. And I mean, they didn't hold the zone that much, so they don't have that much penalty. And with the strikes, they're really solidifying around the zone. Few more splats coming, but 2 down onto them. Rimuru, it looks like they're a bit better at pushing now.
Yeah, they found the key. They found the key and unlocked the door, because those zones are going to be capped in their favor, just barely preserving their 1-point lead. But I love these positions the Pens are taking. They're so silly.
Yes.
But they're like, oh, okay, top is not available right now, so I'm just swing right. I'm an anchor player, so this is where my eyes tend to lean. But almost cool already here for the side of Rimuru. You want that very soon, especially considering the positions we're playing at. It's going to get a little risky. Don't get picked off by Gray here on the right. And penalty points are going to be off here for Rimuru.
Yeah, more points for Rimuru. We're halfway through the game, and Milky Way offering their specials, trying to go in. Raiki dodging around in a Zipcaster. Can Raiki get the splat? That's a huge pincer right there, but Brown is still around. Brown is going to be sent back to spawn. It's 2v2 on the zone. And what a splat by the Slosher, but Gray is still there with the blaster. It's going so fast. It looks like Milky Way are going to take back control. 2 minutes left in the game. They're not that far behind, Fufu.
Only 2 minutes left. Oh my goodness. It felt like we've been playing already for the full 5 looking at this game. It's just a lot of back and forth here from both of these teams, doing everything they can. And, you know, Rimuru is in arguably one of their weakest positions at the moment. So really trying to find that retake play to save. They did a really good job last time, and I really want to see that executed again. They just lost their Stamper in the process, and it's going to get a little bit more difficult here. Sasha just playing here on the left, forced to interact with Brad here. Brad taking them out, but they're able to clear that up and make that a neutral interaction. But the points are ticking down. Rimaru's got to get the zone now. Neutralized. Is it going to be neutralized enough? No, not enough. The lead's in the favor of Milky Way.
Bleeds in their favor, and they're still scoring right now. Rimuru failed to cap the zone, and now they're facing elimination. And Milky Way just a few more points, and with the numbers advantage, they're going to take their ticket to Grand Finals.
Ticket indeed. Look at that. Milky Way found a way to run circles around their mount there by the end of the game and said, great, you can neutralize the zone, but you still got to take it. And just played it where they could. Oh my goodness. An amazing showing there from Milky Way, if you ask me here, Pat.
Yeah, great control, great competitor. And I mean, these 8 players, they're so fast. I had so much trouble following anything that was happening, and I'd like to think I'm pretty good at watching Splatoon games, but this was so fast. constantly everywhere all the time there was something happening. There were bombs flying, there were specials being used, and these two teams maintaining a lot of coordination, maintaining a lot of control around the map, but in the end Milky Way a bit more efficient, able to simply stay on the zones.
You know, you're talking about how these players play, and like I honestly think you're just so real. It's the way they take every single angle they can possibly take in the map, try to minimize what areas the other team can take. And it was just so many flanks. It's a flanks more specifically is what I'm talking about. They're like, yeah, go my Scarab, go flank them, go have fun, go move, and then they get like 2, and it's kind of awesome. I love seeing that. Thanks for using the flank routes.
Lots of flanks, lots of fights, lots of action. But Fufu, it's not over. We have the low bracket to watch before the end of this tournament. There will be more or in the zone right after this very, very short break.
time you come back, it's like falling down these lies again. This feeling that I have deep down inside. I just wanna be the one you need. And now I need you by my side. I can't sleep at night. Let's get lost in time. Leave it all behind. I can't get enough. All that I'm enough. Let me be the one for you.
And welcome back to In the Zone. We saw Void Active versus Aradomatakine Reimaru in winners finals, but now we have two different teams that are going to fight in lower bracket semis. It's going to be Big Back going against Dollar Store Dreadcomp. I am still Pat here with Fufu. Fufu, how are you?
I'm doing good. I brought a friend here for friend get in frame, gay in frame. I brought a friend for emotional support because these matches are only going to get crazier and crazier going on here. Pat, methinks we have two rosters. I have a couple players I'm familiar with. That kid Chara and Omega more specifically on my end. Pat, you got an information for us today?
Dollar Store Dreadcomp. There's like all-stars from NA with Chara and Omega from Moonlight, but there's also all-stars from EU with Isabel and Jazor going by Awaken Reversed right there. But on the other side, of course, it's 4 NA great players that are facing them for Big Back. So we'll see how these two teams are able to do. Starting with Mince Metaworks, the kind of map that people struggle to play on this map mode, and it's kind of a big skill check at top level. You need to be able to push on here, and pushing on here takes a lot of resources, as you're about to see.
Absolutely. Here, it's still just, it's so open here in the center. Oh my god, they just got ran over. Charles
Yep.
just decided to run like 2 people over, bro. Call him Asgore, the way just going and running people over. Anyways, again, seeing a really strong opening here from the side of, yeah, this is going to be Dollar Store Dreadcomp. I think the colors are swapped out, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Dollar Store and a wipeout. All right, I'll take it. We'll take it. Take it.
They take the wipeout, and I mean, Dollar Store, we saw them earlier in the tournament. They have their double Reef Slider comp, and they're already pushing it. Omega going in there with the Decapitator, getting punished, but so far from the zone, I don't think they mind that much. Big Back are struggling to get back in. The Octobrush trying to push forward, able to get the control. That kid, so powerful, now activating the zip, trying to get some more control. What a move. Dollar Store was pushed away, and now Big Back were able to apply penalty.
Absolutely here with the zone going back into Big Back favor, seeing that crab coming out from them as well, just looking to try and take Isabel off of the field, but not, yep, they are able to do so, but left with the pen here, being with the pen, it looks like Dollar Store Dreadcomp is slowly looking to get themselves forward here with 3 down on the side of Big Back, especially just leaving Grape by themselves, defend for themselves. Of course, that zone is going to be recapped from Dollar Store Dreadcomp, and they're going to be going at it.
Yeah, and ooh, very nice splat by the splash right there. Omega is going to be punished in the jump as well. Big Back, after struggling at the start of this game, facing the run over by the Reef Sliders, are now in control and forcing Dollar Store to wait a little bit for their specials as they're preparing a push. But that kid going in there, dancing around with the brush, creating havoc. That's enough to take the lead as Dollar Store is now back onto the zone, applying penalty.
Applying penalty indeed, but they just went 2 down, 3 down in the process, giving Big Back just another opportunity to have that zone in the favor. We gotta be taking our steps here. Big Back starts, really just...
Whoop.
They're pulling it together. They're holding it together. Never mind. Charo came to cap the zone.
I mean, with these double Reef Sliders, they can instantly cap, and they're doing a great job at it. But Big Back, they stay on top, and they have the lead. I don't think they mind that much, that lots of resources are applied just to put some penalty on Isabel, completely surrounded with the Tetras, with the Dapples, actually. It is going to get one splat with the Reef Slider. He's still fighting around. Isabel, how are you alive? How are you still there? How are you winning this?
They're built silly. That's what they are. Also, can I mention they're also running double Reef Slider into this? I also want to mention that. But these penalty it's kind of crazy. And these penalty points are almost out of the way here for Dollar Store Dreadcomp. They're looking to, try to see the lead. Pen is really contesting that zone as well as the crab here, but it's not going to stop Dollar Store Dreadcomp from still capping it, keeping it safe. Charo coming in for a pick. Again, this guy's rotates are insane. I like, thank you for using your cooler. Thank you for rotating. I love seeing players just use their full extended cooler, but Dollar Store Dreadcomp just 1 point off from taking that lead.
Not only penalty is applied, but Big Back is back in control of the zone, forcing the Reef Sliders to come. But the Reef Sliders, I mean, they're not enough to take control. Right now, Omega is the last squid standing for Dollar Store. Is going to be sent back to spawn, but jumps are not working. Isabel, even you can't survive that. Right now, Big Back scoring more points. With the last minute of the game, they are earning that KO.
Absolutely here, and members are going to start going down left and right for each team here. We are seeing 1 down on each side. Cooler is up on the side of Dollar Store Dreadcomp, so they're really going to start getting themselves in there. Again, we're in those last straws. Like, Reef Slider coming out from Dollar Store Dreadcomp, unable to quite get a full cap here, but is it going to be enough? That's neutralized, but I don't think it's going to be, it might not. Nope, it's not enough. The game ends with Big Back taking game 1 here, Pat.
I mean, Dollar Store Dreadcomp, they were relying on these constant Reef Sliders going onto the zone, creating havoc. But Big Back were waiting for them. Big Back were ready, and Big Back were happy to see these players simply running forward, eventually to their deaths. And that's 1-0 for Big Back. And remember, it's lower bracket. It's best of 3.
Yeah, the stakes are just that much higher here in the lower brackets, and it really is. If you get knocked out here, you're done for today. You're the other players are going to continue moving on through the losers bracket to possibly make their way into grands, but right now Big Back is looking to possibly take it home right here, right now. So those are just up. You gotta lock in. We gotta lock in.
Yep, we got to lock in. Our next map is going to be Hagglefish Market. More of a classic map compared to Mincemeat Metalworks. It's the kind of map that both of these teams have played over and over in so many different ways. So I think we'll see probably a well-oiled machine again from both of these teams. I expect the Reef Sliders to come back because on this map they work very well.
Yeah, I think it's also something to note that the Reef Sliders were also used from beyond the zone. They were used to, okay, we're just gonna reef this way, move people this way, maybe take a person or two out, and then get out of there. Which is also another great use of it. It's double Reef Slider is certainly a choice. I will say that much, but it is Hagglefish. This is probably one of the more rehearsed maps that we have. Like you said earlier, it's been here since basically the beginning of the game. It's the beginning of our, it has been. What am I saying? Basically, it has been here since the beginning. It was the zones map for a good while. So I'm excited to see how these players really take on the map here.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait. It's going to be very much Big Back playing. I'd say a classic comp, despite them having an Octobrush. They have a classic comp here. And on the other side, of course, the chaos that Dollar Store is trying to give us, to bring to the table right there. And yes, they're bringing back the Reef Sliders. They want to run in.
Absolutely here, and it's gonna be chaos from both sides. You know, you see the Stamper, you see the Brush, you see the two Reef Sliders. This is just it's a funky game. It really is.
Yeah.
But again, we're going back to those first and trying to get specials. Seeing the first specials coming out from Big Back, getting that crab, trying to move the members of Dollar Store Dread Cop back here.
Yeah.
And Cooler is online for Big Back as well. They're both running Cooler here, and it's whoa, we blinked. Omega.
And pay attention to Omega this game. This is, I think, the best map, the best zone for the Bubbler. That Bubbler is going to be key to so many takes, and right there, Big Back still able to maintain control over the zone. Lots of players went down, and what a Booyah Bomb, forcing the Pencil to drop to the side right there, but the Pencil, Jay, is still able to win it huge. Right there, but as I said, that Big Back is still in control of the zone, forcing another Reef Slider by Chara, who's jumping away again.
Jumping away indeed, but it's going to be those first caps here for Dollar Store Dread Comp. But get some points on the board here, and 3 down on Big Back as well, just leaving that pencil. And that pencil's ready to take 2 people down, but not quite able to find it with Isabel. Oh, it's going to end off in a trade there, but it doesn't stop Dollar Store Dread Comp from still having control of the center here. As long as they can keep this going, they are going to be looking to a possible lead, and the pencils are jousting again. They're jousting again, Pat. But that is going to be a lead here for Dollar Store Dread Comp, taking a little bit of lead, and we're just going to be seeing... I love that sound. It never gets old, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we love the Splatanas so much. They have these extra sounds, and Omega still on the attack, getting more. I thought Omega was dead, but he's going to jump back into a Booyah Bomb. But that's still control for Dollar Store, and Dollar Store is trying to get even more Chara with another Reef Slider. Is forced away, but can they hold? Wait, Chara holding the zone right there. That bucket faints so much. That's 12 points away from a KO.
Oh my goodness, what a nice lead there for Dollar Store Dread Comp. And they're going to be capping the zone again. We've been seeing some amazing plays there. More specifically, I don't know what Chara was on there, but that was just a nasty hold. And an Omega, especially with the decap. This is glazing, but I don't care because those were good plays.
Yeah, well... Big Back right now is answering the call, getting 3 players down onto Dollar Store. It's their turn to be in control of the zone, to be ahead. Omega activating the bubbler a bit too far away from everything. For Omega getting behind everybody with that.
Oh my god.
Yep, Omega. Oh, what a move.
What is this guy's problem? I'm so serious. What is their problem? They're here to cause mayhem. The Reef Sliders unfortunately going to go south though, taking that Dredda off of Dollar Dread Comp and giving Big Back that opportunity to get the Stone They're seeing that Booyah Bomb come online. Same with the Cooler. If we can move Omega out of the way, which they just moved Omega slightly out of the way, that there's a chance to get the zone here for Big Back. And there it is.
Yeah. Big Back still in control right now with 2 players down and a Splat on Omega. They're able to keep going further. The Stepper is punished, but there's no more penalty on Big Back, who is still in control of the zone. 2 players down on each side. Can Big Back hold? Omega trying to get in, but is called out and stopped before they can activate the bubbler right there. Big Back are holding, scoring more points. Can they get the comeback, Fufu?
It's looking very likely here. Isabel in the zone, and that thing paints like, yeah, like that. A lot of paint in the zone coming out from those dapples. And with Reef Sliders ready here from Isabel, there might be, nope, it's going to be a chain. There's going to be a little bit of chaining, but again, zone,
Yep.
It's tainted in yellow, and Big Back has to retake this.
We're in the last minute of this game, Fufu and Dollar Store Dreadcom. They're in control. They have the lead. They want to hold. Here comes the contest by Big Back, who are going in, getting the splats. Big Back still in this game. There's a lot of penalty on them, but they have so much blue paint around the map.
Yeah, just securing their space as well as they can, and they're doing a really good job of it. Let me be so clear. Cooler is ready for Dollar Store. They really got a retake here though, but I think they got just maybe 1.5 retake off times here, and it's not looking up. Oh, never mind. Okay, whatever. Just Reef Slider. Just go. Just get out of here, man.
All it takes is one Reef Slider to capture the zone again and again by Dollar Store. Big Back.
Oh.
They're back in control, but they're going to have a rough overtime. They need to deny the Reef Slider cap. They need to be able to sub the Reef Slider before it gets onto the zone. That crab time reaching far in will help a lot. Can they delay some more? They're almost done with their penalty. Fufu, take
But it's gonna be enough. We're gonna possible Reef. Then wait, it's on its way. It's on its way, and that's game. Dude, that was like 2 points off from a possible loss. They said, oh yeah, all right, truck's coming. The boom cap, awesome, thumbs up. Dollar Store Dreadcom is gonna be taking it home in such a cheesy and. What do you say to that? You're like, yeah, we won, guys. We recited cheese that, but it worked. It won, and now it's even. So like, I can't even diss them because it worked.
I wish we could see the statistics of this game, because I'm pretty sure Chara has had like a dozen specials just running it over and over and over. And these Reef Sliders, they always get value somehow. They always work. That was supposed to be one of the weak specials of this game, but now it's like it's just dominating this game.
It went from being an absolute baby. I'm talking, you can parry that thing, or you can just toss a bomb and be like, die. I've done that. It's hilarious. Now being like, yeah, we can cap the zone because we feel like it. Good luck. And called it a day. That's exactly what Dollar Store Dreadcom did. They said, great. We're just going to recite our way to victory because we can. Just because they can. All right, buddy. All right, you do you. It won. It sounds like I'm dissing them. No, they won. They're also very mechanically talented players as well. I want to make that very clear.
Takes incredible talent to make a double Reef Slider comp work. It's not gonna work for you unless you're perfectly coordinated, unless you know exactly where and when to use it, unless you have the players to follow up on you to be incredibly solid right there. Omega and Jay solidifying the team, always allowing Isabel and Chara to just go in, do crazy things and get away with murder over and over right there. Now, I mean, we say that, but Big Back, they won game one. They forced this, like they managed to get overtime for quite some time where they were close. So we're going to game 3. It's certainly not over. It's going to be a tight one.
Absolutely, especially when you look at the map that we're playing on. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Robo Ramen Zones, our playground of a map that has 50 million flinks and Do I even have to say anything else, Pat? The flanks, Reef Sliders,
Flanks,
these
Reef
players.
Sliders.
Let's be real. It's going to be chaotic, and I'm excited to see how this is going to turn out. Oh,
Yep. I mean, all players are getting ready right now, as we can see. We're getting on there. I mean, Robo-Roman, very much a balanced map. We've had two very, very flat map, very straight map. Here we're going to have more flanks, and I know you like your flanks, Fufu, so it's going to be a good one, especially for the Octobrush.
oh, absolutely here. And even those Dapples, I would argue, Omega too. Just the Stampers, the Octobirds. There's a lot of players here that are going to be capitalizing off of the extra flank routes that this map provides here. And already first cap coming out to dollars for Dread Comp. These teams are going right into it. Isabel getting picked off in the process though. It's going to be a pretty even matchup here to start. Despite the field being pretty yellow here, you know, we're still very well in a more neutral position.
Yeah, right now it looks like Dolostol were able to get a few points, but Big Back is answering, and they have the crab tank to really solidify their presence whenever that crab is activated, especially if it's followed by a Booyah. But here comes the shark going in over and over. It's not gonna do that much yet. It's 2v2 and the zone is neutral. Jay is forced. Our Big Back is going to take control of the map right now.
Cooler is going to be out for dollars with Deadcom though, giving them just a little bit of a safety net here on this retake. It's a miracle. I don't think, it was only a trade there, but it doesn't matter because Big Back is going to continue to hold this space in their favor, not really letting dollars with Deadcom get out just yet. Omega doing what Omega does best, going in, getting a player or two, and just providing that opportunity for the rest of their team. Going in, and look how fast they're moving. They're going in like okay, whatever. Go my Scarab. Get 2, get 3, have fun. Go neutral, I guess.
That's so much control for Dolostol. And Big Back, their last player, had to super jump out, which means they're all coming from spawn. And Dolostol, they know that. They know they can simply look forward, fight forward, paint ahead. The crab tank is deployed. That crab tank is getting one splat, but is forced into a ball as Dolostol are forced out. Oh wait, Big Back are onto the zone. They're painting for their life right now. They know they need to cap the zone. They're not able to
cap. They're not able to quite cap it though. It's still yellow. It's still scored in yellow. It's still yellow here, Pat. But with 2 down on dollars or Dreadcom, make that 3. I think they're gonna be able to finally get this zone cap. What? The pen is still holding on.
Big Back had to push twice to get that zone right there, but they managed to get it. And I mean, Dolostol, they used all their resources to defend, and it was not enough now. That kid with the zip is going to punish left and right. What a move. No penalty on Big Back. They're getting their way back in there. Chara getting a splat with the reef, but getting punished for it.
It's just going to be a lot of trades happening on the field right now, Pat. And they're going to be Dolostol Dreadcom coming in for the retake, just really trying to get at least a neutral, and a neutral going indeed, but we just need some more pain on the field here. It's about with the reset are able to really solidify that cap, going down themselves in the process though, almost pretty much a wipeout here in the favor of Big Back. Dolostol Dreadcom really got to find a way in and consistently get themselves back in there. They are in the lead regardless. Okay, well there's an opportunity. The guy exploded. There's suddenly no Octobrush on the field and the zone is capped. Yippee!
All it takes is one Reef Slider and Dolostol are back in action, back in business. Omega is going to be punished. But, I mean, that was rough for Big Back right there. They didn't manage to hold long enough as Dolostol, with, again, lots of paint around, as forcing Big Back to reuse all of their specials to get back in. And that kid is punished by the pencil right now. Big Back. What?
I don't know how that kill confirmed, but it did. I'm not even going to question it. I don't know. Average Splatoon moment. But Isabel's coming in from the back end. Again, utilizing those flank routes here to really just turn heads. But in the process, two of their teammates just went down here, just trying to aim to get the pencil. Able to go for a trade, which is still a pretty semi-large pick. It's going to get really dicey here. 2 down on Big Back, and the Residers coming in to really try and cap it. Able to cap the zone successfully. And this cheese is insane. Just like that, you're able to save your lead. But if Dollars or Dreadcom can continue to keep this pressure up, keep that paint and just space that they made with the zone cap, they'll be looking here to a possible victory.
That bubbler in that position is so strong right now. Big Back needs to wait for the bubbler to be done and before they can do anything. And now they're going in. Now they're pushing their way in. 25 seconds left. The crab tag is denied by a Reef Slider. Of course, 10 ticks left on the zone. They need to paint. Can't paint. Another Reef Slider. They keep control. They keep control.
This cannot be real. This is not a real game. That's game.
Dolosaur cheesing their way to victory. I mean, they told us they were gonna do that. We all knew they were gonna do that. But there's no way to stop them once they're going in over and over and over and over to just take the zone.
God, this is so unserious. Dude, this is just so unserious. Like, Reef Slider, being the menace it is, just reefed its way to victory. They made it work. You know what? They made it work. Again, I can't. Nope, there it goes. I can't even beef to her just because it worked. They won. They got the 2-1 set. They reverse swept this set. It's also the players being mechanically talented and also. Oh my god, I'm out of words. This is so unserious.
I mean, here's one thing to note is that the Reef Slider.
Yes.
Well, it's back up on Discord.
Yes, I think. Oh. We are all good. We are chilling. Let us know when we're good to go. It's okay. Oh, well, Pat, I'm so sorry. I'm kind of super unfocused at the moment, and I don't know why. My brain is like, whee! And I'm like, can I lock in? Damn.
Yeah, no. Why are you apologizing? That like you did a perfect job.
I appreciate it. I was just like, just in case, because
Oh, no.
a little like, whee! I mean,
You did great. I feel like we're both trying to follow, and it's hard to transfer the mic when things are going that fast.
It like for me, it's not even speed. It's a. All right, we're over here. Go over here.
Yeah, like there's always something happening, so like it's rough. Like it's the hardest, but like you, I feel like we're doing it justice.
Yeah. Like I've commentated faster games. At LAN.
Same.
Like, dude, Siku got kicked out is like probably the fastest games of Splatoon I've ever commented in my life. I'm like, why are you guys going in and killing yourselves? Okay.
Yeah,
sure.
no, I don't mean fast as in the game is like quick. I mean like players are always doing.
I got nothing to hide. I got nothing to hide. I got nothing to hide.
And hello, we are back from our break here to bring you our next match here of In the Zone. Before I get ahead of myself, I'm once again joined by the one and only Pat to say hi.
And yes, we're going to see two teams that we've already seen because, I mean, we're reaching the end of this tournament. All of these teams have been playing a lot. Dollarstore Dreadcomp, the Reef Slider Menace, is, of course, here in the lower bracket finals against Arrête de me taquiner Reimaru, who are ready to face them, waiting. And, of course, I mean, both of these teams absolutely cracked, and without further ado, let's get right in the game, starting with Mahi Result.
Oh my goodness, I love Mahi Mahi, but I think this is going to be a very great map to start on. Honestly, I love this map. It's unironically a guilty pleasure of mine, and I'm excited to see how these two bring it in. I think Reef Slider, once again, is going to be seeing those strengths on this side, seeing those coolers coming out, and ready. It's going to get real. It's going to get real here in a second, Pat.
Yeah, it's already a fight all around. It looks like Dollarstore are getting a lot of control over the zone, but they're losing. Still, they lost their battles as Arrête de me taquiner are still fighting around. But it looks like still Dollarstore going in. Wait, you can Reef Slider for that? Oh!
Yup. There are small gaps that you can Reef Slider through. It's kind of a what?
Ooh.
Okay, well, we're just gonna take that. Dollarstore Dreadcomp still seeing things through, able to bring that water down to the floor here. Again, the map has changed. Suddenly, Mahi Mahi has turned into a real map. We are seeing those strikes coming out from Neymar to really try and get that calling card for the rest of their teams. I don't know how that capped zone, but it did.
Reimaru able to get the cap on the zone. Dollarstore, they're not allowed to complain about that. They're not allowed to complain about the fast caps of the zones right there. Two players down on each side. It looks like Reimaru are able to push in to get some control. And with the water drop, they have a lot to paint around for their specials.
Absolutely here. It's so. Can I just mention this pin has been putting in absolute work. I just want to mention they've been beefing with the members of Dollarstore Dreadcomp, and I absolutely applaud them for that. But the zone has turned blue or neutral. I guess it's yellow now. Actually, as a matter of fact, as Reimaru is able to once again find themselves able to have that zone in their favor. Reef Slider not quite able to reach a zone for a cap here. Members are just being forced back on the side of Dollarstore Dreadcomp. It's almost like the members of Reimaru. Never mind. It's capped.
And Dollarstore, it looks like Dollarstore is struggling a bit more to capture the zone when it's Reimaru defending it. But they're still able to Reimaru back in control right there. They don't have that much penalty applied. So now they're about to score more points as they have control of all of mid right now. Dollarstore getting more sharks, getting in again, but getting punished. Getting very much punished. It's going to be the lead for Reimaru.
Yeah, it seems like Reimaru's getting the read on these Reef Sliders. They're like, okay, well, we see the gameplay now, and we're going to be making that work. It doesn't stop the zone from being capped here, and it's still going to... This is still a pretty even match, in my opinion, because both of these teams are just coming in left and right. Just look at that. Also the crossfire, Your Honor. I love to see it. It's just both of these teams are playing absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah,
yes!
And here comes the attack from the right side. The pencil without fear getting in that position. Everybody from the team is there, but you have to look at the zone. Dollarstore took the zone as everybody was taking control over the right, and now we're back to a fight for mid. Isabel and Chara fighting to the side, and here comes another Reef Slider going in around. Isabel is going to get a trade off of that as Dollarstore are still in control of the zone, Fufu.
In control indeed right here, but Reimaru's coming back here to totally turn this a little more yellow and get this in their favor. Cooler is out for them as well. It's also they're playing double Cooler, so the speed of this game just goes that much faster, and I think they're playing really well. They're reading these Reef Sliders, and even though we're seeing a lot of those penalties come out from the Reef Sliders, it's not phasing them. They're keeping control, and they're keeping cool, and I really respect that, honestly.
Yeah. And right now, Reimaru are done with their penalty once again. Oh, well, never mind. There's penalty once again. It's non-stop, but with two players down on each side, the fight is going to decide a lot. Isabel is sent back to spawn as I mean, Remaru, the double tactical is really working for them. They're able to stay on top at the end of these fights.
Absolutely here. And then these penalty points are out of the way again. Whether it's going to be met by a Reef Slider in a second or not is the bigger question. But it looks like we might not even need the Reef Slider with the rest of Dollar Store Dreadcom making their way to center, neutralizing that zone. But they still need this cap right here. Reef Slider coming out to hopefully cap it even through the strikes. The strikes weren't enough to stop that cap. Penalty points once again reapplied on Reimaru. But again, Dollar Store Dreadcom has 22 seconds to not only get the zone but keep it held. That is the biggest problem. They're unable to keep it held here. And with 15 seconds left, this could very well be Reimaru's game here, Pat.
Remaru right now with just 10 seconds left in the game and a huge lead. Holding as much. Reef Slider is thrown at the zone. It's not enough to take control though. It's only enough to apply penalty. Remaru takes game number 1.
They're seeing right through Dollar Store Dreadcomp's game here. They're like, great. We watch out for the Reef Slider, we play live, and then we go in and we cap the zone. They're just playing. They're playing a patient game against Dollar Store Dreadcomp, and it's working out so well in their favor. But considering where we are in the bracket, this also means that we're going to be moving to counter picks here.
Oh yeah, counter picks already. It's going to change how the game works. But as you said, Remaru, and it's very much that pairing of the pencil and the zap that gives them the double tactical, which means these long team fights that you're used to have on Mahi Mahi Resort, in the end someone from Remaru will have respawn, will be on top. And also because these two weapons paint so much, there's always someone to paint over the Reef Slider instantly, which means the constant Reef Sliders going, they're not as much of a problem for Remaru. Really adapted their game to what Dollar Store is doing.
Yeah, and I think the most interesting thing is like we saw the adaptation progress throughout the game. It wasn't they got it at the very end of the match. No, this is just a slow progression as the match goes on. And it's so satisfying to watch teams at this level just adapt to each other. And it really is who is adapting faster and who's adapting faster, period. And that's usually what brings those leads. Whether the adaptation is in how you approach the game or your comp, adaptation is key.
Adaptation is the name of the game. It's been the name of the game since Splatoon, the first Splatoon came out. It's always been about learning, improving, and we like to see these top players able to learn from each other in the course. As you said, during the game, they get better, they adapt incredibly fast. Now going on to Robo-Roman. We'll see how these two teams change. No change of comp on the side of Remaru. Still the same formula for a Dollar Store Dreadcomp, I guess. It's going to be the same plan. Can Dollar Store be able to do a bit more than take the zone and take control around the zone as well?
Yeah, it's that holding power that we were seeing the struggle with earlier, but maybe the change of map might just be a little bit more in their favor. Seeing those Reef Sliders coming up already. Chara already out for blood, able to take a pick, get out with that cooler jump right here. It's going to be 2 down on each side here, but it doesn't... We're still in a very well neutral position here. No team has quite pushed past the center point yet. Omega hopefully looking to change that, going in, getting the huge pick on the pen at the moment. But yeah, we're seeing some waves happening.
Yeah, the waves are coming. It looks like Dollar Store were able to take control. Chara going in, never punished with that dread. What Dreadbringer what dread? A Reef Slider by Chara, and right now Dollar Store are past the halfway mark of their points already in the first minute of the game. The strikes are enough to cap for Remaru, but they still have to push in.
Absolutely here, and you know, Dollar Store Dreadcomp is looking, they're definitely remedying the mistakes from last game where they're actually able to get a nice hold on the zone at the moment. And I hear a Reef Slider. I was about to get really worried really quickly that Reef Slider dropped to the bottom, and that could have been a quick 3 knockout right there.
Yeah, and right now, Dollar Store are trying to hold the zone, but Remaru able, thanks to these strikes. It's Remaru really applying penalty. Oh wait, Remaru are getting the splats, are getting in. Huge power move by the Zap. And that's the power of the Zap. Once the Tacticular is deployed, the Zap is now a frontliner, and it's showing. Reimaru has taken control now. Can Dolostor get control back?
With the help of Omega getting 2, I think that zone is very well in their favor here. They just got to get themselves in a position where they can hold things and move forward. And I think it's going to be the power of a Reef Slider that really gets them in there. But their decap is now down, and so is their Dread, leaving Reimaru to get that zone. What? All right. Sure. Okay.
There's always another Reef Slider to come on to the zone right now. Dolostor maintaining so much control, and there isn't that much penalty left on them. Reimaru needs to paint. They're able to do so. Can they take control with an extra splat? With 2 splats right there, will be able to set themselves ahead. And now they're on top of the zone. They're on that elbow, and with the strikes, they're gonna score more points. Can they stop Dolostor from getting in?
Also, those were beautiful strikes. I need to make that note because those are scrumptially dumptious. But no Reef Slider is going to be taking the zone from Reimaru as the lead is going to swap in their favor. Again, they show 0 signs of stopping. Doesn't matter that their pen is off the floor. We have so many other front lines here, but it's not. The zone is big enough to not be instant-cap, but it doesn't matter. Douglas or Dreadcom still able to find a way to finish the zone, get it in their favor one way or another. Reimaru, again, I notice how they're keeping themselves alive. They're keeping themselves alive with the Reef Sliders coming out. They're putting themselves in positions to still hold pressure, and that's what's keeping them in the game right now. They found the key. They found the key. As simple as that.
Reimaru again just learned how to punish Dolostor on this map, and what a bomb! That bomb could be the game. That bomb could be the game for Reimaru.
It all starts with the bomb. It all starts with the bomb. They have a last opportunity to get themselves here. Okay, bucket out off of the field for the side of Reimaru. Make that 2. A huge pick on the pen, actually. They lose so much pain, but Omega going down to the bomb. It doesn't matter. The zone. The zone is capped, as a matter of fact.
The zone is capped, but look. 3 down. Reimaru. They don't mind penalties applied. There's only 1 minute left, and they have a huge lead, and they keep punishing Dolostor again and again. Dolostor, I mean, that's their plan. They want to go in, but it needs to work. They need to survive it. They take the zone once again. Can they keep it? 38 seconds left. They need to keep the zone. Isabel going in. Isabel able to get only a trade. Can the rest of the team follow? Reimaru is back in control. Hello, Reef Slider.
People are being ran over. Hello, Reef Slider. Hello, Mario. that is what that Reef Slider is. Talos and Dreadcom, they're reaching those last 20 seconds of the game here. They really have to hold the zone in their favor. Whatever they were doing in the beginning of the game, they got to do again, because one bad move and the lead is going to be gone. Overtime is not something you want to be messing with, and the players continue to go down. Isabel, you're one of our last hopes, dog. You gotta hold this with us. You gotta hold this with us. The strikes! Is it gonna be it?
The strikes! The strikes were not. The strikes were not enough to paint, but they created so much chaos. Reimaru, they were able to go in and get the splats and do the rest by simply throwing hands. Huge play right there. Reimaru once more struggling, but punishing Dolostor Dreadcom and reminding us that, cheese is not free. Cheese is not free.
You gotta, cheese comes with everything else of the package in Splatoon. Reimaru is just playing their cards right. They're like, great, we can wait 2 seconds, let them use their Reef Sliders, and we can, as long as we're alive, we can still take everything back. And it's also, they're running double coolers, so even if they do come to, get sent right back to spawn, well, they're gonna be right back anyways. They're playing amazingly, and I think just the way they're adapting, I said it last game, it's just phenomenal, and I really want to see how this next game plays out, because Reimaru is at match point as well.
If you are only joining us right now, Reimaru is on match point, and it's lower bracket finals, which means after that, it's only grand finals left. Dolostor Dreadcom are back to the wall. They can't lose the game anymore, and Fufu, it's counterpick. That was Dolostor Dreadcom's counterpick, and they lost of it. Now we're going to Wahoo World with, when you have Isabel on your team, you have to go to Wahoo World as a last resort.
Wahoo World is also a definite cap with the Reef Slider. And I love
Yeah.
how these players waste
Yeah.
absolutely no time to get themselves in here. But they said, you know, why talk about it when you can see it in action?
Yes, and I mean, the comps are not changing. These players, they're happy with what they're playing. And yeah, I mean, this is the Rift Slider map. Dollarstore Dreadcomp, they need to make it work here. Otherwise, it's the end of the tournament for them.
Absolutely. They're on their last legs. And again, we're seeing those 30 seconds of zone fighting. As per any zone map, Omega really just trying to hold the zone in their favor with that bubble. The bubble is gone, leaving that protection up and out of the way. Things are getting quite chaotic with all these Reef Sliders starting to hit the field. But the zone continues to be capped in Dollarstore Dreadcomp's favor. But with only two members on the center, essentially, they're holding. They're trying to hold as long as they can to get the rest of their teammates back here. Again, the zone continues to stay neutral. Not really any major moves happening to cap the zone at the moment. Never mind. Zone has been capped here by Rema.
Yeah, Raiki's Zipcaster was able to give the rest of the team the time to go in and bait. And Raiki right there getting a huge splat on Chara and a trade against Omega. That is big right now. 3 down on Dollarstore Dreadcomp. Reimaru really establishing themselves as the team that wants to go back in Grand Finals.
Absolutely. They're not going to be wasting any of chance to get themselves and possibly win the tournament. And they're showing their strength that they have the ability to do so. And it's just so impressive. I'm just like, the way they adapt, the way they just like hold themselves. It's so impressive. But that reign has come to a slight end during this interaction, leaving Dollarstore Dreadcomp to have the zone in their favor. Whether that's going to change in a second or not is the bigger question.
Yeah, right now I mean, it's so hard to push on this map. It's so hard to get back onto the zone once you're pushed away. But these teams, it looks like they're able to do so without effort, without wasting a single second. Dollarstore still on the zone, but they are punished by the opponent pencil right there as Reimaru are back onto the zone, back onto painting mode. But wait, they didn't cap. They didn't cap, and Dollarstore still has the zone.
Yeah, that zone is still going to be in their favor here. The points are steadily ticking down here, and this might just be a lead swap for Dollarstore Dreadcomp. You know, they're going to be keeping the rest of Reimaru at bay for as long as they can. We have a Reef Slider active at the moment, but it's sort of those strikes, though, from the side of Reimaru, turning the zone yellow, allowing for that cap to come to place. But Isabel getting punished through that Reef Slider. Losing a member is not kind of what we want here as we start approaching those neutral situations. All right, the Reef Slider might scare him.
Chara never punished, going in, following up, and right now it's cleanup time for Dollarstore Dreadcomp. They're really able to take control of this map, and very nice jump out too. Getting away with so much murder. They're past the 30 point mark, but the triple ink strikes will allow Reimaru to get back control, and with 3 players down, Chara is forced away. Chara, save that special for later for the rest of your team to support you.
Absolutely. And you know, for us on the back end, we are seeing a really strong positioning here from Reimaru. And if they can continue to hold this lead, it might as well just be right in the books. But is this stop Isabel from going in and trying to take some picks off one another, leaving one down currently on Reimaru. The Reef Slider of Doom coming in to hopefully cap the zone. Capping the zone, indeed. We didn't even need that second one. That one was just for show. But I also want you to notice that we still have 3 up on the side of Reimaru. Despite them being scattered, they still have members alive at the moment.
Yeah, right now. Oh, well, that's a bad super jump by Isabel. Very nice punish by the NZAP. Right now, Reimaru, they're behind in this last minute of the game, but they are in control of top mid. They're going to force Dollarstore to use their resources just to get next to the zone if they can, to avoid these Rift Sliders from being used onto the zone. Isabel is punished! That punish is huge right there. Getting on top of that, not letting the specials come in, will allow Reimaru to get the lead in the last 30 seconds. Chara getting the penalty on the zone, but a bit too late. Reimaru are winning. What moves right there by the Zap.
Yeah, and it's just the pen left on the field. You have 10 seconds here on the side of Dollar Store Dread Comp, and I think this is just such an uphill battle. I don't think this is possible here, Pat. I think this might just be game here, unless they're able to cap it right there. Oh my god, they capped it.
They capped. We have overtime, and there's not that much penalty. Can Reimaru get back in there? They lose too many players right now. Okay, the Zap is in position to get the rest of the team. The Zap is going in. Wait, the Zap is capping alone.
That's the power of Zap. They did not check their corners, and we have 3 people from 3 different angles on the side of Reimaru coming and saying, great, we just need the zone. And called it right there. Oh my goodness. What a chaotic game. What a chaotic game. But within the chaos, Reimaru appears to be victorious through all of this. What? Dang.
I mean, Reimaru, they were on top. Like, we expected them to win this set. But 3-0 on Dollar Store Dread Comp's counter picks on Wahoo World. Like, the map that was made for the strategy that Dollar Store is using, they still won. They still came back. That was such a show of calm. Really, they were able to stay on top of every single second of that game to know exactly where can we be, when can we get back, what picks can we get for free. Every step of the way, they were able to punish every single mistake that Dollar Store Dread Comp did. I mean, on paper, Dollar Store Dread Comp was supposed to win this game, Fufu.
On paper, but sometimes the seeding doesn't tell us everything. And Reimaru's, I said it the last 2 games, I will say it again, their ability to adapt to Dollar Store's essentially gimmick was incredible. And that's what won them the game. They kept calm. They stuck to their guns, said, we're not going to panic here despite like the 20 million Reef Lighters coming our way. And we're going to play what we know. And it got them to 3-0. Like, they were close games. Like, of course, the score doesn't tell us everything, but they were close for what it was. I would love to see this type of rematch in the future again. So, but Reimaru coming out on top here.
Yep, I mean, and you said rematch? We're going to have a rematch of the winner's bracket, Fufu. Reimaru have an appointment with the stars. The Voie Lactée is waiting for them in Grands. We're going to take a short break so we can set up the lobby, and we will be right back.
Walking on my own, praying nights, should I let it go? You said that it would change, but you're going home, and I'm losing hope. Ba-da-da-da-da. But you would never know that
Welcome back. It is now time for our grand finals. It's going to be, of course, Voie Lactée, the Milky Way, going against Stop Teasing Me, Raymaru, aka just let's call them Raymaru. I am Pat, still with Fufu, ready to watch the finals of this In the Zone.
Absolutely. If I'm not mistaken, this is also a rematch from the very beginning of our block, at least. So I'm excited to see how it's going to turn out because this is an incredibly close game between both of these two teams. Their last set together, it was a 3-1 set with, of course, Milky Way coming out on top and Raymaru's coming out of the losers bracket, having to fight an uphill battle if they want to take this tournament home.
Yeah, they'll have to fight indeed because they need to win twice if they want to be your In the Zone champions. It's certainly going to be an uphill battle, but they've shown us how talented they can be, how well they can play, so don't count them out. Now, we'll start on a map that I think is honestly the best map mode in the game. It's going to be Mahi Resort.
We came off of this set, this map last set as well. Well, not directly at the end, but I think it was also the first match. I think set. I want to say, regardless, I love this map. It's awesome. Ever since its rework, it's definitely been an interesting one to play with. The map becomes real after I think the 60-point counter, or is it 50, 40?
61,
around there.
actually.
Oh my god, I remember this. Oh no. It was you.
Yeah. All right, let's get into the game. Right there, both teams trying to take some control. Voie Lactée are in blue. Actually, CKK. Wait, no. Yeah, Voie Lactée are in blue right there, and they're taking control over the zone with a huge first fight right now. They're all around, and look at Q with a pencil, simply so far up ahead with no fear, going for more fights.
Yeah, once you have those mechanics to back that pencil up, you could do some really silly stuff. I also want to mention that their comp is very chip oriented as well, so they're able to have the luxury of going up front, especially if someone else is already putting some pressure on the field to really, just help seal a deal. And having that extra range is just so much. I love pencil. It's my favorite jack of all trades. I want to give the weapon a kiss.
Yeah, and that pencil is keeping control over the zone right now. Raymaru don't have much time to get the capture. 14 points left. Can the strikes do enough with 2 players down? It looks like Raymaru are in control of the zone. Finally, will they get more though? Right now, it's about setting themselves to defend. Raiki though, punished instantly by Q.
Yeah, Q's not playing around when it comes to making sure no one gets themselves set up on the left side. I love this opening here on the left side as well. Just a lot of oversight, but with their teammate going down, Cool is going to be coming out to give themselves a little bit more of a safety net. And of course, those busts that we'd love to see. Zone is still capped in Milky Way's favor though at the moment.
Yeah, and nice snipe right there. I mean, Raymaru are struggling to keep themselves around the zone. Voie Lactée punishing them over and over and preparing more specials right there. Not much penalty left on them with 3 minutes left in the game. It looks like they're eyeing that KO, Fufu.
Yeah, eyeing the KO indeed right here. We're seeing those last ditch efforts coming out from the side of Raymaru, just really trying to get that zone in the favor. Zone definitely capped for sure. And it's just, we just got to follow up. We got to follow up. And they're looking to try and make it work. But members on both teams are pretty scattered across the field at the moment. And we just got to find that second to regroup, get everyone together. Jared, you nearly died to a bomb. That was terrifying. But again, no, we are still seeing Milky Way pretty much in control.
Yeah, Milky Way is going to get more. I mean, penalty was applied. They don't mind. They keep the control and they keep so much blue all around the map right now. Can Raymaru get back in there? They have less and less time every single time they push in. Now 2 minutes left in the game and there's no penalty left on the Milky Way. The strikes need to cap. The strikes are enough to cap. With 2 players down on Milky Way, Raymaru will get back in.
Get back in indeed. Seeing this crowd from the chair, try to give yourselves a little bit more boom in the zone, but essentially alone, unfortunately left to bite the dust here. Regi just really, I love it. I love the way all of these players like just move around the weapons. Like it's just so incredibly satisfying. The confidence that just seeps through them. It's just so satisfying. I mean, like look at this. Look at Brand just picking fights because they know they can. They trust in their mechanics, they trust in themselves, and they trust in their teammates, and it just leads to this perfect storm. Oh.
It's like they're dancing a perfect choreography and like it constantly going in around, and here they go again. Milky Way back in control. And they always end up on top, it seems. And we're now in the last minute of the game. Fufu Reimaru needs to find a way in, but they lost 2 players. These strikes need to hit the mark. Oh, wait, they get 3 splats? How did they get that? Huge push by Reimaru. But they need to keep control now. They need to keep control.
They need to keep control indeed right now. And 40 seconds left. This is very much a game that is on the table for the side of Reimaru. If they can keep holding this, it'll be theirs. But 2 specialists are going to come up from the side of Rolekte. But it's enough to cap the zone. But are we going to be able to push ourselves forward enough to really, really move Reimaru out of the way here?
Alright, right there. Oh, punished instantly. Again, a good zap with Tactical. Oh, can deal so much damage. Reimaru is still on top of the zone, but with 10 seconds left, they now need an overtime victory. They need to keep Milky Way away. They have Tactical already. Can they win the next fight?
Yeah, Lavaka playing very risky, coming in, playing behind, almost coming out with a really good outcome, but it's not enough with a Puya Bomb and a little extra paint. Milky Way taking game 1.
I mean, there's a reason Milky Way is coming on the winner's side. They took control of this map, you know? And even when Reimaru were able to get back in, were able to paint the zone, it felt like Milky Way was already thinking about the next push, were already preparing the next way in. And as Reimaru were preparing their defense, Milky Way was in. Milky Way was fighting and was taking back control.
It's just so satisfying. It's so dang satisfying to just watch it all unfold. At least from the spectator point of view, I can't imagine how tense that is. Well, it's tense for us too, but just tense for the players especially.
Yeah.
Dang.
There's so much to keep track of. It's incredible to see these players maintain so much mechanical prowess all the while. They stay on top of everything. They coordinate incredible plays. Painting the zone demands that you have a special and 2 people ready around it to follow through on that special. You need to be on top of everything. And Rolekte right there were on top of it the most, which means they are up 1-0, but it's certainly not over, Fufu, especially since we are now going on to Reimaru's counterpick.
Absolutely. I'm curious to see what they're going to bring out. I do think it's going to stick to more of those neutral maps that we've been seeing throughout the last couple sets. If I remember correctly, the set we did cast, there was a lot of more neutral maps that you would see in your typical maybe starting before counter picks, or just maps that practically every player in NA has played before. Unless they want to pull something out of the water, which I personally doubt, but if they do and they want to prove me wrong, that's a whole nother thing.
I mean, there's no surprising these 8 players. They've seen it all. They have refined every plan you can have on every map mode you can have, especially splat zones, which is the mode for top level players. They have it ready. They have it down. And we're going to go to a classic. It's going to be Macomart.
We're going back. We're back in the building. What did I say?
Yep.
What are the maps that we these players have rehearsed? And
Hey.
I'm excited. This is definitely one to really test yourself.
It's the map on which Reimaru beat the Milky Way. It's the one map where they won the game. So it's no wonder they're coming back here. Now the big question is, did the Milky Way learn how to push a bit better, how to counter Reiki's pop-off? Well, we're about to find out.
And, I mean, bloodshed has already started on the field. 1 down on each side, 2 down on the side of Neymar, 2 down on each side, as a matter of fact. 3 down on Neymar, and that's going to give that man advantage to Milky Way here. That is, what an opening there. That was explosive, Pat.
They just ran at each other and threw hands. Like, both teams wanted to get in that fight. And already Valacte took control now. Here comes the answer by Reimeru. The crab tank is deployed, and with the strikes, they're gonna get back control. 2 down on to the Milky Way. Reimeru, oh, that extra splat is huge. Oh, what a move right there by the splash. Reimeru are taking control.
Is it just me, or did things just really just start ramping up? Because this was not like this last game. Why we just went from 0 to 100. What just happened to both of these teams? And honestly, I'm not gonna complain. This is incredibly entertaining. But as it stands right now, Milky Way continues to be in an advantage state with 2 down, or was 2 down on Reimeru at the moment. And you know, look how far they're gonna go just to be annoying. We're gonna be menaces to society, forced to retreat back to center, obviously. But oh my god, they're holding real nice right now.
This is the map for fights. This is the map for constant fight. And here comes the specials from Reimeru to cap the zone. But there was counter specials on the side of Valacte. They want to keep it. Right now the zone is neutral. The winners of this next fight will get it. And it looks like Valacte are scoring more points. 2 down onto Reimeru. And Reimeru gets sent back to spawn. Valacte have it all figured out. It's their turn to dominate Mako Mart.
Absolutely. And again, 2 down. That's going to be game. That's going to be game. Milky Way sealing this game in place, taking game 2. They did not care whether they might have counterpicked this or not. They said, great. If we just become explosive, what are they going to do? Look at the paint on their side. There's like nothing there. Oh my
all
god.
Blue. It is all blue.
What a show of strength there for Milky Way. That's it. They were, I don't know if they were cold or they were taking a break from last time. They didn't care. I was going to mention Reimeru was coming out of momentum, but that momentum did not matter to Milky Way.
I mean, when you go against a team like Milky Way, beating them twice is, beating them once is incredible. Like, you're a top player if you're able to beat them once. But beating them twice on the same map, when they had 20 minutes waiting for you and like thinking, okay, what happened? How do we change things? How do we adapt? It's a different deal. And right there, the Milky Way are up 2-0. And because they're on the winner side, Fufu, they only need 1 more game. They already.
It is. Already, yeah, we blinked and suddenly the game is 2-0. They are very much at match point and are threatening to take the entire tournament with them. I am curious on what this next counter pick is going to be. I still do believe we're going to be playing on those more neutral maps unless they want to pull something out of the gutter and really try to throw Milky Way sideways.
We are going on a neutral map.
Uh-oh, Pat.
It's Hagglefish. Of course it's Hagglefish. It's been the Splatoon 3 classic. Hagglefish zones is always there for you. And when you're back to the wall, honestly, it's not the map where you're going to have the edge on your opponent, but it's the map where you can really reset your mind, get your head back in the game because you know the plan. It is the known quantity of Splatoon 3. And when you have all the pressure of the finals of the grand finals of In the Zone, one of our biggest, most high-level tournaments in the scene, you want the known quantity. You want to go where you know you'll be able to perform.
Absolutely. And, you know, they wouldn't have picked it if they didn't have confidence in their ability to perform on this map.
Yeah.
And I really want to see them make it through because Milky Way is threatening to knock them out right here, right now. So we gotta lock in. We gotta lock in a little bit here. That shot wasn't there before. They dropped the double clear, actually.
Yeah. That zap was turned into a splash in the previous game. It is now a shot. I mean, Reimaru trying to do the micro adjustments. Having a Zuka on this map will come a long way, will allow them to get extra splats. And getting a splat onto Gray right in the opening is great. 2 down onto the Milky Way. Reimaru getting 3 players down. Can they get the quad? Can they get the delayed wipe? Yes, they do. And Gray is forced out and Reimaru have control.
Oh my goodness, yeah, what a tight interaction there. You know, Milky Way, I'm pretty sure was thrown slightly off guard there by just that opening in general here. The speed that Reimaru said, oh, you guys are going to play fast? Okay, we're just going to match that real quick on the opening, and they did just that. The zone is going to go through a little bit of a flip-flop here, but it stopped Gray from still hovering this left side, getting taken out eventually here by the members of Reimaru. And, you know, 3 down on Milky Way right now. What is happening? Is this the same team, Pat?
Don't count them out. I mean, they can adapt, they can learn. And I mean, you said you were counting on them to perform on this map. They are doing exactly that right now. Milky Way need to learn again, need to adapt some more. It is not over, but they're pushing in. They're getting punished as they are pushing in. Can they paint the zone right now? It's a beam struggle for control of the paint. But Milky Way able to cap it just a split second and apply penalty.
Yeah, a split second is not enough to get a couple points on the board. It's almost insane how far behind on points they are right now. Like that's kind of unreal for like the last couple matches that we've seen. We are seeing those tries come out though, hopefully trying to turn the tides here. Reimaru is really just doing everything they can to not lose their position. I think they are starting to become a lot more aware of that strength that comes with holding that position at the center. Because once you lose it, it gets a lot more difficult. Oh my god, what a crab cancel! Oh, I love this! I love this match.
There is so much. It's constant action. And Reimaru is fighting hard. 2 down onto Milky Way. Reimaru, it's their map. What a great counter pick by them. They are on top once again. And they're back to control.
Yeah, can also mention Lavaca literally switched off of Zap the shot. And it's like, and they just took the training wheels off. They're like, great, I'm done with Zap. And they're just throwing hands at people, killing people because they can. And the Zuka here to really put the crab away has just been so incredibly helpful. We've been seeing that throughout this entire game. Oh my goodness.
Now, they're punishing the special. These strikes are the last chance for Milky Way. They're able to cap. That's enough to cap Milky Way still in the game. But now they need to push Milky Way. They can't make much more mistakes right now. I mean, Reimaru has taken such a huge lead. It's going to be rough for Milky Way to get this one.
Yeah, I also want to mention that neither team has really let themselves get into a full like lockout position at all. Like there's always some sort of pressure that has been sustained, and I think that's actually changing right now as Milky Way is really getting themselves into the base of Reimaru right now, not really wanting to play their game anymore and just trying to force this in their favor. But Reimaru able to successfully start pushing them out as the points continue to tick down for Milky Way. Pat.
And I can hear the specials flying. Control is taken, but 3 down on Milky Way again. Reimaru are back on top, and they kept that lead. They managed to get that push back in the thing, but they didn't manage to get in the previous game. Now they're doing, again, these teams are adapting. And oh, wait, Milky Way getting the splats. Milky Way going in. It is not over. 1 minute left in the game, Fufu.
1 minute left indeed. This last minute to decide whether if Reimaru is going to be continuing the set or going to be ending the tournament there. Again, Milky Way set up a really, really nice set right here, looking to cover all angles they possibly can and playing it safe. Notice that they're not necessarily going into their base at the moment. They're really just playing it safe, just trying to let Reimaru walk into them at the moment. And oh, look at this. Oh my goodness, that's so mean.
And Milky Way are holding right now. They're still on top of the zone. They're so close to the lead. Can Reimaru paint? Can Reimaru get it? No, there's a crab. There's a crab on the zone. And that's going to be a lead swap for Milky Way. I mean, it took them 4 minutes to learn, but they learned, they adapted. And right now, they're on top.
What? They were not What? We're not done! What? We're not done! The strikes! No, actually, no, we're done. Those are 10 seconds left. Wait, we might not be done! We might not be done, Pat!
It might not be done, but they need to cap! They need to bait! They're able to cap! It's not over! Reimaru's still alive! Reimaru still holding! Can they do the impossible? Can they come back? They need to fight it all, but they lose 2 players already!
Oh my god!
The shot needs to start! Oh, wait! They pushed the crab away! They're out with the penalty! They're still fighting! Can they get back in? It's not over!
That's game.
And now it is.
Oh my god! I was rooting for them! I was rooting for Neymar to see it through! Oh my god, what a crazy, like, 1-point dream. That was right there. I think just losing the one player at the end was enough to really seal their fate. Milky Way played that incredibly well, but Reimaru, oh my god, y'all were crazy with that. They just decided to really go forward with. They cranked it to 0 to 100. They took it from here all the way up here, and I respect that for seeing the vision, seeing what you might just have to do, and nearly coming through and pulling through. But Milky Way still taking it home today.
I read them, Takine and Reimaru able to simply... They took so much in this game. They had control. The first 3 minutes... The first 3 minutes of this game were theirs. They were in control of all of it. And voilà, they were surviving as much as they could. But then... They came back as they... Of course they were gonna come back. Of course they were gonna learn and get better and better and better. Reimaru struggling, fighting till the very last second. They made us hope. They gave us quite the show, but in the end, it's going to be Voie Lactée, the Milky Way, winning this game, winning this set, winning this tournament, Fufu. And I mean, what a show we've had.
What a show we had. This is just an incredible set. And just the hype that came out of that last game, just... I love to see it. You can see the energy through both of these teams, and I really want to see more of this in the future here, Pat.
Oh yeah, I mean, we'll have more of these top players in the future, of course. In the zone, we'll come back for in the zone 46, I'm sure, soon enough. We'll wait for Sendu to announce. But if you want to see more Splat Zones action, Dapple Productions have made a change to our Zones tournament. Triton Cup is now a weekly, so we'll have twice as many Triton Cups. So if you like Zones, well, you're in for the treat coming in. And yeah, that has been this tournament, Fufu. It was incredible. I'd like to give an incredible shout out to CKK, our wonderful observer, who, I mean, staying on top of this game and showing us all that action is really, like, it requires talent, and CKK has it all. Thank you so much, CK. We love you. But Fufu, it's time for us to say goodbye. And can you plug yourself? Where can I find you on the internet?
You guys can see my right underneath right here at SplatFufu on both Blue Sky and Twitter. I'm more active on Blue Sky nowadays. Again, catch me for commentary, art, and of course, playing the game. I will be going to Riptide, and I do have trading cards. So if you're going to Riptide, you will see me there. Come find me. I will give you a cute little sticker and a cute little trading card. But Pat, it's been amazing being on the mic with you here today. It's been, what a return. Where can the lovely people find you today?
Well, it's written on your screen right there. You can find me on Blue Sky at PadgerTom. That's the main way to find me and hear from me. And you can mostly find me here on Dapple Productions. Thank you so much to Sendu for having us. It's been a privilege, and honestly, it's been incredible watching these awesome games. I can't get enough of them. I love watching these top players go so fast.
It's so peak. But that does wrap up In the Zone for us here. Thank you for everyone watching, and hopefully we'll catch you guys next time.